A woman questions the authenticity of her family's painting, wondering what Mr. Dia has mentioned about it being a potential fake. Another woman comments on how the traded painting lacks a formal request accompanying it, implying an issue with its provenance. She explains receiving a certificate of authenticity when purchasing. Marianne's studio assures testimony from employees about managing the painting and promises to provide all necessary materials for Serena. There is a moment of contemplation before she affirms it's not a lie and suggests they get some emotions involved. A woman considers whether it would be safer for both parties to get appraisals for paintings. She mentions that the proven individual should take responsibility for today's conversation. In response, another woman agrees to proceed with the idea. Someone expresses frustration regarding McKinsey, showing anger through crumpled papers. A woman reflects on a recent incident like the last poet situation, feeling surprised at how quickly things escalated. She wonders if someone was sent to oust her, feeling annoyed at being made out as a liar in front of people, which affected her reputation. Frustrated by the situation, she exclaims there's no solution and decides to get drunk to cope with it. Another woman states she is being realistic about the situation. She considers that she has never had alcohol alone before. The woman is shown holding a bottle, reflecting on her current feelings about drinking. She reminisces about starting to drink when Frederick arrived, using alcohol to relieve stress. Describing her experiences, she always drank with Frederick, who never consumed alcohol himself, though he advised her not to drink without him. She recalls Frederick's advice not to drink in his absence and wonders about her drinking habits. Despite her confusion, she rationalizes it's okay since it's a family issue. However, she admits that more than anything, she feels she can't be with Frederick anymore. A man questions why she is drinking alone, and she realizes its eyes are addressing her. He inquires if she's at the bar again, mentioning an argument at the gallery that he read about, sensing she's in a bad mood. A woman feels the need for a more precise explanation, revealing the painting was commissioned by her mother for her. She reflects on wanting to meet someone but feels things continually go wrong, needing a new name for a contract right before hotel construction. The man suggests it's better for her to decide on matters, though she feels troubled, tasting a drink and realizing it's strawberry-flavored. She questions how he knew she drank alone, and he responds by saying he saw it. Confused by his observation, she realizes she addressed him by her name due to familiarity. She struggles to recognize the moment before, distracted by long hair before her, not knowing who it belongs to. The man laughs, puzzling over why he's explaining his familiarity with the figure. Reflecting, she questions whether she should be drinking. He acknowledges her realization, asking if she understands. Despite trying to forget unpleasant feelings with alcohol, the unease persists, proving difficult to shake off. Facing him directly, her discomfort strangely dissipates in his presence. Rather than thinking of alcohol, she feels relieved, indicating that the discomfort disappears when faced with him. She finds that the thought of drinking vanishes entirely while looking at him. There's assurance that the painting is flawless, impossible to be mistaken as a fake. A woman asks if the painting in the drawing room is familiar, noting it is Ballerina by Marianne de Saint. It will be appraised and taken the following morning. She reminds him not to forget about leaving Warehouse 3 empty if the auction bid is successful. He confirms and also asks if Serena was informed about the picture and money behind the frame as previously mentioned. He confirms he did notify Serena, emphasizing it's their first incident like this and the need for careful investigation. Yes, he agrees, stating there is more to communicate since their conversation began. Missing her presence, he confronts why she refuses to see him and questions her whereabouts. A response suggests Serena might be drinking slightly due to stress. When questioned if Serena is alone, the answer is uncertain, mentioning Iser potentially being present. A connection is made that Serena has a known drinking habit, hinting at concern over it. He advises Serena to go to sleep if she's reached her limit. Among others, there's speculation if the gallery painting could be a fake, suggesting placing bets on the original. Serena, annoyed by the day's events, declares she needs more to drink. Her companion urges her not to drink excessively despite her intentions to continue. Observing her distress, it's suggested that the woman is visibly upset. Serena reflects on being publicly shamed as a liar, affecting her family's honor, vowing not to forgive those involved. In questioning the potential discrepancy in appraisal results, there's concern over future actions. The idea of being falsely perceived or accused seems to intertwine with a sense of disbelief within a relationship. Amid misunderstandings, brief moments of recollection occur between them, signaling their confusion. She poses the possibility that there might be a request linked to her mother, hinting at some deeper involvement. Marianne suggested the painting initially as part of a gratitude gesture connected to sponsorship. Her mother desired to pay for the painting as no formal contract existed, just an exchange of favors at the time. On the back of the painting, Marianne's signature is plainly visible. However, there are claims denying the existence of such a signature, fueling doubts. The character reflects on finally leaving a gloomy room, suggesting a transition into a more hopeful phase. They are encouraged to reclaim their life, symbolizing a fresh start or liberation from past constraints. At a gathering, someone comments on the character's well-being but advises against sharing certain truths, as they would only bring anxiety and regret. The character considers a strategic move to uncover someone's identity and intentions, with the aim of disrupting their plans. A man walks down a staircase, contemplating how his actions might be beneficial. A woman questions someone's sanity with frustration, indicating a heated discussion. The woman recalls bringing someone back and giving them a position of power, questioning the current situation involving an influential family. She tries to downplay the importance of the issue, reminding her father about purchasing an artist's studio, indicating her past involvement in significant dealings. She reassures her father about the authenticity of works she acquired, explaining her role in the industry and the recognition she received. The father acknowledges her efforts but warns about potential risks and greater losses if results change unpredictably. There's a concern about the reputation of the galleries and the potential damage from a mistaken event, questioning the initial cause of the disruption. The woman expresses her inner conflict and inability to withdraw from an overwhelming situation, fearing the loss of her hard-won position if she disappoints her father again. The father suggests the possibility of gaining trust through the current appraisal situation, implying a strategic opportunity. He emphasizes the importance of attention to their actions in the art world and asks for trust, cautioning against doing anything that might disappoint him further. With resignation, the character acknowledges the father's expectations, agreeing to his directives. In a dimly lit room, one character reassures another of their honesty, emphasizing their sincerity in a crucial matter. The discussion shifts to the consequences of their actions, suggesting careful deliberation to avoid mishaps and the importance of resolving things quietly. It is realized that regardless of the truth, a painting must be made credible to avoid letting someone down and losing a prestigious role. A man is shown deep in thought, possibly contemplating the unfolding events and their implications. The narrative contrasts two methods of gaining power, suggesting that the current actions follow a precedent set by someone influential. Despite fear and disdain, the character is committed to seeking approval from a key figure, reflecting a complex ambition. The woman embraces her role as a gallery director, understanding the necessity of maintaining complex relationships despite challenges. A voice assures that additional measures will be taken beyond simple reliance on appraisers, aiming to address uncertainties. A commitment is made to avoid coercion or undue influence in discerning the truth, reflecting a desire for integrity. Determined to prove a point through clean means, the character expresses intent to uncover the truth despite possible unfairness. The confidence to find out the truth is highlighted no matter how long it takes. The character questions if their current actions are the right way to achieve their goals, reflecting on potential moral dilemmas. The possibility of immediate unfairness is considered, questioning whether there could be any losses involved. In a moment of introspection, someone compares an enticing situation to a peach, acknowledging its seemingly sweet nature. They continue the metaphor, accepting that despite initial delight, it might ultimately be unsuitable for them. The realization that a charming opportunity might not align with personal needs is expressed, grounded in an unavoidable personal reaction. They admit to an allergy, symbolically suggesting that persisting in the situation could lead to suffocation. A conversation about embrace and shared memories leads to a hope for mutual understanding when the situation unfolds further. Two characters share a tender moment, reinforcing their connection amidst an ornate setting. Observing from a distance, a man notes the seemingly dull situation, sparking curiosity about the interaction. Thoughtful reflections on behaviors when under the influence lead to intriguing possibilities about past encounters. A stern exchange occurs when one character questions the other's presence, suggesting an urgent need for a direct conversation. Expectations of facing someone important prompt a preparation addressing how long things will remain unclear. Doubt about the accuracy of information is raised, hinting at deeper truths waiting to be uncovered. Suggestions for alternative approaches are made, underlining the necessity for innovation in solving dilemmas. Thoughts about lingering uncertainties arise, with intentions to revisit the issue later if unresolved. Courtesy is extended as someone asks to make way, indicating a polite yet firm intention to proceed. There's a resolution to leave if ordered, coupled with a personal mission to discover hidden aspects within the mansion. An internal reflection on achieving one's true purpose reveals a paradox in protecting others despite personal risks. A foreseen challenge is expressed, implying the importance of circumspection while expecting eventual revelations. A character addresses Ma'am Serena, informing her that it is almost time for an appointment and asks if they should get ready to go out. Inquiring about the nature of her appointment, another character, dressed in red, is seen reviewing some papers. The response to the inquiry is that the appointment involves Dalencourt friends. Serena is reminded by the other character that she usually refused to contact her friends but accepted this appointment a few days ago, prompting them to schedule it. Serena is asked if she remembers. A conversation ensues about a letter from Serena's friends. The other character encourages Serena to respond by herself this time, and Serena replies, noting how busy she was back then. The situation is acknowledged with understanding. Serena inquires about the timing for the results of a painting, wondering if it will be finalized the day after tomorrow. Confirmation is given that the results will be available the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. in a conference room at the Laurent Gallery. A character, presumably Roine, greets someone with a comment about it being a long time since they last met. Below, names Roine, Luna, and Sally are mentioned. Reflection occurs on how 15-year-old friends met at Dalencourt and continued spending time together even after graduation until a carriage accident disrupted the routine. A character acknowledges meeting the princess and remarks that it has been 5 years since they last saw each other. Recollections are shared about Roine, the daughter of a shipbuilding family known for her strong personality which often led to fights. The speaker inquires about how the other has been since hearing about them occasionally. Two characters warmly welcome a third one, commenting on how they have been eagerly waiting for them to arrive. Details are provided about Luna, who was the daughter of the Minister of Education, being smart and calm, and Sally, the youngest of a family of high-ranking officers. A discussion reveals thanks for coming and mentions that there was not an opportunity for a proper greeting at a funeral 5 years ago, inquiring about how the other has been. A conversation about Serena's preferences in food leads to a reminder that Sally's Cafe is the location they are visiting, highlighting Serena's liking for grapes and cherries as a fond memory. The time spent is more extended than planned as Serena's companion observes it's been an hour instead of the intended 30 minutes, suggesting that Serena is enjoying the gathering more than expected. Serena, seen enjoying coffee again, appears younger when she is with friends her age at such a cafe and reflects on how happy Karina would have been if she witnessed her looking so ordinary. Observations are made about Serena, experiencing a moment devoid of any official titles or responsibilities, considering how this would have pleased another character. Thoughts continue on how Serena's current state might be exactly what the other character, presumably Karina, wanted the most. In a conversation, a character confirms a breakup, noting the lifelong engagement since age 16, revealing both families' impure intentions for the arrangement. The character shares their reason for attending the academy was to meet Claudie. Reflections on the desires of both families in the merger and the eventual intended marriage are expressed. Doubts arise about whether the relationship could truly be sustained solely due to familial pressures and expectations. Despite the artificial meeting, there were indeed beneficial aspects, highlighting how compatible their environments were, leading them to communicate well. While recalling a supportive partner during tough times, the character reveals that their lengthy relationship was thought to be destined. But shifts in business changed their dynamic significantly. As business ventures changed, communication decreased, leading to their eventual breakup after realizing it was not meant to be. Claudie agreed to the breakup easily and despite feeling sad initially, the time felt vain in retrospect, hinting it wasn't a genuine relationship. Upon reflection, a character expresses realizations about their past, acknowledging previous perceptions differently now. A character confesses doubts about having truly loved Claudie, as the notion of love seems more complex when reflecting on past experiences. Discussions explore how love always seemed an awkward fit for their relationship and understanding that only dawned upon the breakup. Even though the relationship initially felt bizarre, there were good moments that encouraged the character to follow the perceived love, igniting introspection. Moving towards a revelation, there's acknowledgement about the relationship being more out of necessity than genuine emotional connection. Listening to a friend's story, the character experiences a strong sense of déjà vu, contemplating the nature of their own relationships. They question love's role amidst changing business dynamics, reflecting on the ease with which the breakup was handled due to circumstantial changes. Both individuals subtly understood the diversion of their paths, knowing the end was looming without needing to voice it aloud. The narrative conveys a realization that instead of professing love, their relationship was acknowledged as a mere facade. In an intimate moment, the character admits to another, Frederick, that the relationship feels contrived rather than sincere. Discussing love seems off the table as the character suggests a pragmatic consideration of their bond. The discussion continues on the prohibition of addressing love within the relationship, exposing its fragility. The precarious balance in maintaining the relationship is likened to walking on a constant tightrope. It's suggested that once the purpose of the relationship is lost, they must let each other go. Serena acknowledges no longer needing Frederick for safety, declaring newfound independence. Reflecting on past feelings, there's a realization that perceptions of love during the first experience were misled, understanding now that love encapsulates more diverse realms. Despite the perceived deception by feelings, the character feels growth and relief, signaling a transition into a more mature perspective. A conversation shifts to acknowledging fortune in the failed merger, contemplating the implications had it proceeded to marriage. A playful inquiry probes into Selena's understanding of love and whether she finds it in the context of new relationships. Observations are made about Rowan's new boyfriend, and the nature of their relationship piques curiosity. The idea of a relationship by necessity is questioned, leading to reevaluation of past assumptions. Past desires are revisited, showcasing reliance on Frederick for support against Ajur, emphasizing a wish for companionship. An intimate sentiment is shared, expressing the desire for Frederick's presence during vulnerable times. As life evolves, the necessity for protection wanes, realizing companionship from others abounds. Current feelings of estrangement surface, recognizing the overnight deterioration of their relationship with mutual betrayal implied. Even devoid of real threat, there's contemplation over if change would have remained static post-divorce, yearning for continued companionship. Certainty about the past relationship being comforting and mutually endurable is acknowledged. Despite tumultuous feelings, there is a refusal to outright reject emotions held for Frederick. Introspections reveal a lack of deep understanding about these feelings, highlighting uncertainties in defining them. Conflicting narratives emerge, questioning the authenticity of the relationship's purpose yet acknowledging its sincerity and how love seems elusive retrospectively. Initial feelings of betrayal give way to learning over time, inviting reflections on love and maturity. These contemplations induce a combination of familiar yet ungraspable sensations, causing embarrassment. A chaotic internal state surfaces, revealing confusion and acknowledgement of an undefined feeling. Preparation begins for appraisal day, with some nervousness expressed by the characters involved, especially Serena. A character confidently heads off for confirmation, having called various newspapers except McKinsey, as part of preparations. The story builds on how this particular matter attracted significant interest from the press, who were keen to attend for potential gossip while discussing logistics about heading to the car. Curiosities emerge about why Ajur wants to accompany a character to the gallery meeting, causing surprise due to previous dismissive attitudes. Character reactions to Ajur's peculiar intentions are summarized with expressions of bemusement. An appraisal process is recounted, meticulously detailed to uphold honor within their association. Focus is on revealing the honest outcome of an appraisal, emphasizing its importance to confirm authenticity. The families associated with the art piece await results, interested in understanding the piece's legitimacy, with the announcement forthcoming. Specific attention is drawn to the painting on the left side, belonging to the Loron Gallery. The narrative highlights the moment of appraisal results, showing suspense. An initial confirmation indicates the painting on the left as authentic, creating a stir in the narrative. The revelation of authenticity of the discussed artwork leaves Serena with a significant reaction. A man inquires about their schedule for 2 days later. His assistant responds that there will be meetings with local officials concerning key sites and business plans for major commercial districts. The assistant reminds him to work at the hotel. The man suggests postponing the morning meeting because he needs to visit the Thirorang Gallery. Another character notes that the appraisal results will be announced the day after tomorrow and inquires if the man is attending. Despite believing he disliked the gallery, the man states it's necessary but unexpected. A warning follows, suggesting the evaluation results might not be favorable and visiting alone could lead to embarrassment. The man considers offering help but acknowledges it's not desired. At the gallery director's office, a female character internally comments about preferring to stand by someone's side as another character refuses to leave fate to others. A hand holds a cigarette, questioning if the appraiser has been spoken to regarding the result. It is shared that at the request of Dia, their work was evaluated first and confirmed genuine, while Serenity remains under appraisal. The decision about the work's authenticity reassures the speaker that theirs can't be fake and hints that even if alteration happened, pressure on results wouldn't be worthwhile. Information circulates that Serena intends to have all the kingdom's newspapers present on the appraisal results day. A character labeled as Little Princess remarks that Serena might voluntarily face loss due to their plan. The speaker identifies the work on the left and discusses it further. A female character confirms the left work's authenticity is verified. It becomes evident that Serenity is considered fake, lacking proof of originality. Concern arises over next steps as many reporters were invited without foreseeing this outcome. Reporters document details enthusiastically, but as the room quiets, someone has additional information to disclose. A set of results about the Serenity ownership appraisal are about to be shared. Emphasis is placed on the careful judgment made by official appraisers through a comprehensive process. It is confirmed that Serenity's ballerina is attributed to Marianne Desane. A reporter asks for clarity about both artworks' authenticity, receiving confirmation. An affirmative response assures the reporter that both works are authentic. Despite the unexpected outcome, thorough reappraisal corroborates both paintings as genuine. Announcement of appraisal results distribution occurs, hinting to details provided within the documents. Points on Marianne's solo work approach, signature, paint choice, and brush strokes contributing to verification are discussed. Due to exact matching features, the improbable creation of identical artworks leaves one narrator struggling to accept the results. A character concludes one painting is genuine yet is suspicious of the other being real too. Unexpectedly, both evaluators exit the room with assurance. Serena is questioned on her satisfaction regarding the results. Understanding the painting's histories offers clarity over their authenticity, countering a singular focus on legitimacy. The narrative begins an exploration into the history of the paintings. Details reveal the painting was designed at a request from Serena's mother, which holds personal significance. The intention to invite a witness for testimony arises. A mysterious witness, accompanied by another figure, appears at the doorway. A character recognizes the entering figure as Charlene, a royal painter. Charlene is introduced as Marianne's childhood teacher at an orphanage, trained in art. Brought in for his honest testimony, the royal painter holds respect for Marianne as her former mentor. Charlene reflects on his relationship with Marianne, noting their enduring communication even post-orphanage days. Marianne previously discussed painting 2 identical pieces for a private sponsor, hoping to earn well. Seeking the teacher, Marianne desired assurance in executing her painting project correctly and independently later. Encouragement was provided to Marianne to manage the task alone, something fitting to ease her burden. Within this method taught, both paintings could achieve were of equal quality, offering painters reassurance. Marianne successfully completed 2 identical paintings, even perfecting signature replication. She disclosed to Charlene that she retained the practiced version within her studio, leaving the first draft behind. A letter Marianne corresponded, featuring sentiments over her process, reveals insights valuable to current inquiries. Within that letter, evidence, considerations over crafting the painting while illustrating her young daughter are made clear. Recollections reveal seeing Serena's daughter donned in ballet attire was indeed charming and sweet. Ultimately, realization dawns that the painting stands as unmistakable from the onset. Surprise strikes as the word "my" signifies personal creation by the painter herself. The narrative critiques not accounting for the painting's history as pivotal to understanding its authenticity. A reporter previously energized now silently records grasping the outcome presented alone. With consensus acknowledged, the purpose of inviting all newspapers becomes explicit. The strategy safeguards against misinterpretation or false accounts about the appraisal findings. The approach intends to reshape public perceptions influenced by past miscommunication into positive alignments. The series of meetings sought clarity over work authenticity, ultimately verifying both pieces as genuine. Importance lies in the absence of counterfeits, marking the end of the presentation proceedings. As the meeting concludes, appreciation extends to all attendees, urging their thoughtful departure. Attendees query whether this marks the conclusion, fostering contemplation on what follows. With both artworks validated, one character considers the event happily resolved. Amidst unexpected revelations, acknowledgement of amusement sparks intrigue in interpretations. After initial complications, unforeseen revelations bring elements of enjoyment, shifting dynamics among the group. Sudden urgency commands everyone's return to their seats, indicating unresolved matters persist. The woman sits at a table with determination, emphasizing that her statement is about something that hasn't concluded yet. She holds a broken glass, hinting at tension or conflict. A man calmly notes that the purpose of the gathering is open to anyone's decision, suggesting a meeting where the agenda isn't firmly set, leaving room for interpretation. A woman stands firmly, confronting someone for acting without her permission. She claims responsibility for initiating what's happening and intends to see it through to the end. Serena is called by name, facing a revelation about authenticity, questioning if this newfound truth is sufficient for the situation at hand. The speaker challenges the notion that the revelation is sufficient and explains that had the appraisal results been awaited, a simple notification would have sufficed. Blood drips from a clenched hand, crushing glass, as a person questions why they were gathered, feeling their time is being disrespected. A woman is concerned about the damaging accusations faced by her family, awaiting apologies for these misunderstandings as their reputation suffers. A person is understandably angry about spreading rumors and declares they won't let the responsible party go unpunished. The same woman from the first image vows never to forget the humiliation she endured, indicating deep resentment. Reflecting alone, she muses about being put in an embarrassing position publicly, lamenting the unnecessary troubles caused by others' unprofessional actions. She acknowledges her and her mother's lack of formal education in the field, yet hints at a deeper understanding or ability. The scene shifts to a prestigious gallery accompanied by a comment about the director overseeing the largest gallery in the kingdom, indicating influence and power. The speaker expresses disappointment about being labeled unprofessional simply because she lacks formal art education, yet she eyes potential talent, suggesting a keen intuition. Many art lovers visit the Loran Museum, implying that the director views them as non-experts, raising questions about judgment criteria. She reminds them of recognizing Marion's talent, and that the director will struggle to handle an unpredictably non-professional approach from her side. A person urges others to believe in them, asserting a sense of trust or hope amidst doubts and challenges. A forceful reminder not to forget an appointment, underlined by the shattering of glass, adds gravity to the commitment being recalled. She recalls overhearing whispered revelations about power during critical moments, symbolizing secrecy and control amid tension. She clarifies that while artworks might seem similar, their artistic meanings differ greatly, emphasizing this to avoid misconceptions. Questioning which painting has greater value as an original, she reveals this event's purpose to make distinctions clearer. A composed man acknowledges changing circumstances since someone isn't the same as before, understanding impending difficulties in resolving issues. She confidently reveals that the true authentic product is now known, pressing for accountability for misunderstood actions. Affirmations are made that the situation is undeniable, implying consensus or resignation among those present. Observations about a young, intelligent woman's smart maneuvering emphasize the complexity of personality and intent, leading to an inquisitive query. Reassurance comes that hidden matters are now just between them, suggesting an intimate or confidential moment about to unfold. Instructions to dispose of something are issued with an assertive tone suggesting authority and control over the situation. Accusations of abnormal behavior are made, with expectations to rectify humiliation and insults from previous encounters, highlighting a tense confrontation. She asserts that a promise was made about responsibility for mistakes, intertwining personal resolve with elements of retribution for past grievances. Acknowledging that she isn't in an advantageous position, there's an underlying tension of vulnerability or exposure. Someone enters, urging calm among the gathered individuals, hinting at possible escalating tensions needing to be defused. A man requests Serena's attention for a private conversation, hinting at the need for a discreet or important exchange. Apologies are offered for injuries caused during a prior incident, and concern is expressed for her well-being, indicating a desire to mend relations. She inquires about the purpose of the private talk, showing curiosity about intentions and the anticipated dialogue. The man explains concerns about Dia's prestige and the reputational damage faced due to embarrassing public incidents, asking for understanding and forgiveness. He silently acknowledges being thrust into a problematic situation due to Dia's actions, showing internal conflict or anxiety. There's acknowledgement of the gallery's situation following the appointment of a new director and the issues it presents. An appeal for correction, apology, and withdrawal is made to resolve misunderstandings. During medical treatment for an injured hand, an apology was received, showing an effort towards reconciliation or addressing grievances. An apology is extended to Lady Serena, acknowledging past misunderstandings and expressing regret for careless statements made earlier. Plans for a public correction in the royal newspapers are described, aiming to rectify misinformation and set the record straight. The widespread dissemination of truth is mentioned as a strategic move to prevent misinformation from monopolizing perspectives. Tension arises as unresolved work requires the director's direct action for resolution, indicating the complexity or import of the situation. A promise of issuing an apology is reiterated to clear up ongoing misunderstandings and further confusions publicly. Recognizing pressure among those present, a request is made for a personal favor, suggesting negotiation or appeal to emotions. Reflection on perceptions during prior elitist judgments and recent circumstances under new directorship reveal challenges faced in adapting to changing dynamics. Her focus narrows on the personal issue between herself and director Dia, underscoring a private or individual resolution in mind. The conversation hints at exploring ways to improve strained relations, showing willingness to negotiate or find common ground. He suggests giving another painting to make amends, hinting at using art as a peace offering or gesture for reconciliation. Recollection of a painting surrendered against her will introduces a dialogue on art exchange and its emotional or symbolic significance. There's contemplation on the implications of receiving a particular painting, hinting at its potential value or emotional weight. The woman appears contemplative, absorbing the proposition made about accepting the painting as a token of apology, hinting at a possible resolution to the conflict. An elderly man is sitting comfortably, pondering about a certain painting and its implications. He contemplates the significance and impact of owning that particular piece, considering the weight of its presence in his possession. A young woman is requested to sit quietly while the atmosphere is filled with anticipation. She listens intently, waiting for an important topic to be discussed, questioning if the color of Reseda will be renewed. The narrative continues with a reflection on an event that occurred 4 years ago, mentioning the auction of a specific painting. The woman had waited for an opportunity linked to the painting, which had been tied up with assets in Sarah's name. Despite wanting it back, circumstances have prevented her from acquiring it. The elderly man expresses regret over the loss of a large and meaningful painting, considering it a gesture of apology and a token for future trust and goodwill in their relationship. He hopes this will maintain a positive connection moving forward. The young woman firmly declares to the former director that she no longer desires the painting. She conveys a sense of closure and finality, moving past the need for it in her life. The young woman reflects on her emotional journey, acknowledging the lingering attachment, but accepting that the painting is beyond her grasp. She shares her contentment, stating that not having it does not leave her with significant regret. She communicates her understanding of the former director's intentions but clarifies her unwillingness to accept the painting as compensation for an unpleasant situation, trusting he will respect her decision to refuse. Recognizing the leftover emotions, she announces her plan to resolve the lingering issues, ensuring the former director no longer has to be involved. As she prepares to leave, there's an acknowledgement that both parties have gained something from the interaction. Just before leaving, the elderly man asks the young lady about her age. She is taken aback by the question, responding with surprise. She reveals her age as 22, a detail that seems to hold significance in the context of their interaction and the conversation that just unfolded. The elderly man praises the young lady for her intelligence and strong principles, attributing these admirable traits to her lineage, being the granddaughter of Mrs. Iansa. He reminisces about his connection with Mrs. Iansa, acknowledging his respect and memories from past interactions. He reflects on the passing years and the changes they have brought, expressing a sense of nostalgia. The elderly man continues with his admiration, wishing his own daughter shared the young lady's qualities. He seems to regretfully consider how things could have been different if she had been more confident. These thoughts provoke a surprising reaction, as if astonished such words came from his father. The revelation seems to stir emotions tied to past unresolved issues. A hand gestures in response to the overwhelming feeling that follows from hearing those unexpected words. It's a moment of deep personal reflection. Reflecting further, she recalls not receiving recognition until the age of 29 and perceiving that obtaining the director's position was a troubling journey. A figure questions someone about recent commotion, seeking clarification on perceived nervousness and tension. She remembers past struggles after being distanced from a significant person, grappling with a challenging marriage. Information about a new woman entering her life is mentioned, further intensifying her past frustrations. During a hotel's anniversary, an exclusion from early event parts is noted. The atmosphere is filled with lavish decorations, adding a touch of grandeur to the event. A woman intends to quickly deliver a bag to the madam, emphasizing the importance and urgency of its contents, while ensuring a swift exit afterward. A reflection on a third part of a conversation reveals an unexpected insight into a woman's interest and competence in management, reshaping earlier perceptions. The narrator considers previous business interactions, finding them unexpectedly enjoyable and insightful, which help change prior judgments. An internal conflict emerges, acknowledging past mistakes in underestimating someone due to childhood impressions in a contractual marriage, vowing to never make similar comparisons again. A young woman is seen walking outside, suggesting a contemplative state of mind as she navigates through the streets. Suddenly, she experiences pain, grabbing her injured hand, displaying a physical reaction to the unexpected sensation. A concerned figure questions her actions, indicating relief that the injury is bearable, yet puzzled by her behavior. He reflects on his observations of her indifference to pain, alluding to her emotional resilience and habitual self-neglect during times of distress. He recalls her self-destructive tendencies, eyes filled with a serious intent, questioning why she puts herself through such turmoil. The memories are vivid, underscoring his concern. The figure reiterates the oddity of her actions, implying that these cycles of self-hurt are familiar yet troubling, prompting a resigned acknowledgement. She describes a heated sensation at the touch of his hand, becoming acutely aware of her heartbeat, indicating a complex mix of emotions. Confusion arises as she struggles to understand her physical reaction to his proximity, questioning her inability to meet his eyes despite the intensity of the moment. He demands an answer, reinforcing an urgent inquiry that seems to require a heartfelt response from her. A feeling of exasperation bubbles up as she questions the persistent dynamic they share, marked by frustration and unresolved tension. She reflects on the peculiar unease she feels around him lately, hinting at an emotional turmoil she can't easily decipher. A comical mishap occurs as the young woman stumbles due to the uneven street surface, humorously blaming the neglected state of the path. She explains her decision to wear high heels and expresses disbelief at the recurring inconvenience of getting stuck on the street. Someone tries to help free her shoe from the pavement, but the shoe remains stubbornly jammed, highlighting the challenge. A sense of frustration and reminiscence emerges as she realizes how little has changed in her life compared to her student days. A companion gently points out her dilemma, offering assistance as they both navigate the situation with the stuck heel. The following spring, Serena made a significant decision to quit ballet at the Lotte Seng Academy of Arts. It marked a new beginning for her academic journey. At the age of 15, Serena entered the Royal School, Dalencourt, eager to embark on a fresh start with exciting opportunities. Fortunately, Serena managed to cover up the painful memories from Lotte Seng to some extent, finding her life at Dalencourt to be both pleasant and peaceful. Roine, Luna, and Sally joined the school as classmates, where they experienced typical teenage moments of accidents, fights, tears, and laughter together. Enjoying the company of sisters, brothers, and teachers, Serena successfully completed her freshman year, filled with happy memories. When Serena turned 16, the school's regulations required students to stay in dormitories during spring and fall and take classes throughout the year. Approaching the early summer vacation after completing the first semester of the second year, the school prepared for its centennial celebration with a grand party inviting graduates and special guests. Dalencourt Royal School invited everyone to its 100th anniversary celebration, enhancing the excitement of the event with an after-party atmosphere. Serena pondered whether her dress would suit the occasion as she eagerly prepared for this special day. Serena wanted to look mature and elegant during the celebration, and thus requested her mother to prepare high-heeled shoes to match her outfit for the occasion. Serena communicated with her mom over the phone, discussing that the dress they chose had arrived safely, and she made a request for an additional pair of high shoes to complete her look. Her mom expressed concern over Serena wearing high heels prematurely, suggesting they were for adults, but Serena insisted on making the day special, planning to wear them only once that particular day. Feeling grown up, Serena admired her reflection in the mirror in high heels, pleased with her mature appearance as she prepared for the eventful day. As Serena left for school, her excitement grew as she dressed, put on her shoes, and walked confidently, looking forward to the day's surprises. A friend rushed to Serena bringing exciting news overheard from the teachers, which sparked her curiosity about the upcoming event. Serena discovered that during the party, spectacular fireworks would explode, an addition that made the event even more thrilling. A mix of nervousness and excitement filled Serena as she learned about the fireworks ahead of time from Sally, adding to the anticipation for the night's festivities. With the promise of an enchanting display like stars blooming in the night sky, Serena eagerly awaited witnessing the fireworks for the first time. Serena daydreamed about how amazing the fireworks would be, looking forward with keen anticipation to the magical evening. Serena reflected on her experience attending parties as a daughter and granddaughter compared to the current party as a student, finding a unique excitement in celebrating with her peers. Enjoying the festive atmosphere, Serena experienced more excitement and joy at the party than usual, making the evening particularly memorable. Time flew by quickly thanks to the lively atmosphere as Serena anticipated the soon-to-appear fireworks, preparing herself for the spectacle. As the event continued, Serena's excitement grew, eager for the night's main attraction. Walking throughout the afternoon, the high-heeled shoes began to discomfort Serena, and soon the pain became noticeable enough to bother her. Despite a late start due to changing into her dress, Serena was greeted by kind words from her friends who asked about her glamorous appearance. Meanwhile, curiosity about Rowan's absence due to alleged relationship issues arose. Friends shared whispers about Rowan, mentioning she might have abandoned the group for a boyfriend, stirring lighthearted gossip. Serena's attention was drawn to a group of boys nearby, identified as Dean Clambers. She gathered they planned to present flowers to Serena's friend later during the fireworks. Discussions about romantic gestures anticipated during the fireworks sparked intrigue, with friends suggesting the possibility of confessions under the dazzling display. Friends expressed wishes of being embraced by handsome, popular figures, interpreting the party's social dynamics with humor and excitement. Undistracted by romantic notions, Serena resolved to focus on enjoying the fireworks, having eagerly awaited this moment, wanting no interruptions from unfamiliar suitors. A friend noted Serena limping and inquired about her discomfort. Acknowledging the high heels were bothersome, Serena was advised to quickly change outfits nearby. Despite the discomfort, Serena hesitated, worrying over missing the fireworks if she prioritized changing her shoes. She contemplated the best course of action. Observing her distracted state, a friend announced the imminent start of fireworks, suggesting Serena go to the clock tower to watch the spectacle in 10 minutes. Serena prepared quickly to experience the fireworks. exhilarated as her friends reminded her of the exciting plans at the clock tower. Serena encountered a shortcut, noting its slipperiness, and although risky, she decided to proceed due to the lack of time. Carefully navigating the area, Serena was cautious due to poor visibility caused by her mask, contributing to her precarious situation. With only a few moments to spare, Serena hurriedly advanced to ensure she didn't miss the fireworks. Racing against time, Serena momentarily stumbled, her focus set on reaching her destination swiftly. Frustrated by her shoes slipping, Serena voiced her exasperation as she struggled forward, determined not to let obstacles hinder her path. Annoyed by delays, Serena prioritized her movement, unwilling to let the situation deter her from the awaited fireworks show. Acknowledging lost time, Serena pressed on, intent on minimizing further distractions and reaching her goal as fireworks loomed. Suddenly, Serena encountered an unexpected figure standing before her with a poised demeanor, entrancing her amid the twilight ambience. The mysterious figure, hearing her distress, silently approached Serena, displaying gentlemanly assistance that caught her off guard. Gaining sight of the debonair presence, Serena reacted quietly, her expression revealing a mix of surprise and intrigue at the encounter. Maintaining her composure, Serena expressed gratitude toward the stranger, accepting the offered support with a humble acknowledgement. The stranger, with quiet politeness, encouraged Serena to stand, exuding an air of calm reassurance in the bustling environment. Embarrassed by her previous dishevelment, Serena hesitated, unable to articulate her thanks properly, a brief touch extending between them. A woman with a mask gazes at the fireworks, feeling amazed and noting how beautiful they are. Reflecting on her situation, she wonders what led her to be in front of a stranger at that moment. Observing the stranger, she senses his calm demeanor, free from any indifference. She questions if she will see him again once the fireworks are over, feeling disappointed by the thought. A desire to remember everything about him fills her mind. Though lacking the courage to ask his name, she resolves to remember him by his scent, clothes, and eyes. She ponders the color of his eyes but is unable to discern them due to shadows. His eyes are focused on the dazzling light of the sky, making it hard to perceive their true color. She contemplates whether his eyes are blue or perhaps red, still uncertain. Unresolved about whether his eyes are dark or light, she expresses her curiosity. She thinks that by getting closer, she might finally recognize their color. Before the fireworks end, he decides he has fulfilled his purpose and turns to leave. She calls out to him unexpectedly as he walks away. Thankful, she expresses her gratitude aloud. The woman appears relieved and content, possibly savoring the moment. Upon arrival, she is questioned about her tardiness and apologizes, explaining that something happened. A conversation ensues about the fireworks and removing her mask out of frustration as the event nears its end. She mentions she didn't quite see the fireworks alone, indicating someone was with her. Recalling the prince she met, she wishes to encounter him again, driven by an unexplainable desire to know his identity. A spring carriage wreck left her questions about him unanswered, and the memory faded since. Later, during her school days, unable to find answers, she imagines meeting him again at social gatherings. With hopeful absurdity, she frequents parties, yearning for another chance encounter. That initial masked party became a significant escape for her back then. Being in lively places fills her with a sense of vitality. At such a gathering, she first sampled alcohol while hiding behind a mask. She indulged in the distractions of drinks and music, forming an unusual habit because of him. His similar scent or build would make her think of him, leading her to search the crowd. Despite her efforts, it becomes another day without finding him. Whenever she imagined seeing him again, it was a moment she yearned for, hoping to recognize him. Faced with someone, she questions if it's really the person she wants to see again. A sense of suspense builds, wondering if the one she seeks is truly present. Observing this person closely, she appears curious about how and why they're there, remaining silent. It's revealed that a person named Iansa visited her after their return from a business trip. During a conversation, someone asks her about a kiss, hinting at a past connection. Upon seeing the heel of a woman's shoe, he immediately thinks of her. Recalling a broken shoe from the Dalekner anniversary party, he associates it with the girl. The memory evokes curiosity, prompting a question about it. He believes it belongs to someone named Serena, suspecting it was mistakenly brought from her nursing home annex. Serena is asked to return an item to its rightful place, referred to as a treasure. They reminisce about the Dalcourt anniversary party, where a special encounter took place. On that day, they recall a broken shoe that was dear, but now holds an apology. She remembers a masked helper that had a distinct red ruby, leaving a lasting impression. The man reflects, seemingly deep in thought about these recollections. Considering if his memory serves him right, the older woman suggests discretion about the incident. He is asked about past visits to the annex and notes a long absence from there. The woman proposes that he should visit the annex to understand their family better, offering to ask a favor when there's a chance to do so. She reveals Serena's room is in the annex, advising to explore a closet in the room that holds treasures. Describing the first drawer as containing a princess's treasure trove, she denotes its sentimental value. Encouraged not to worry about what's inside, he's told its contents are known to many. It's disclosed that the drawer holds baby items collected over time. Lastly, she mentions a collection of letters and a shoe now resting within. More than anyone, she is directed to restore the shoe's heel, alluding to its returner. The shoe appears among cherished keepsakes, a testament to its sentimental role. Reflecting on the delay in granting Iance's request, a handshake follows, signifying resolution. Her heart races upon realization, overwhelmed by discovering his identity, recalling her disbelief about the prince. Amidst the flutter of emotions, she holds on to clarify her feelings. Ending with a scene where he offers his hand to help her up. Sunlight bathes the setting, adding warmth to the gesture. A young woman sits in a beautiful sunlit courtyard, looking at a man who offers his assistance. He tells her he'll do something this time and suggests she let him help. The man lifts the woman effortlessly with a determined expression on his face as they share a silent exchange amidst a serene backdrop. As he carries her, she reflects on the striking blue of his eyes and is surprised by their cold, azure appearance. The woman's thoughts reveal that despite being in her own home and sharing many glances with him, she never truly realized his gaze until now. A memory resurfaces of the man wearing a mask, recognizing him from an earlier occasion. She realizes his eyes are indeed the same ones from that time. She admits to herself that even though she once hated him, she found herself searching for him endlessly. The vivid image of his distinct eyes fills her memory, reinforcing the intense impact they have on her. Under a dimly lit street, one figure asks another if they have located a particular item, expressing skepticism. The person demands to know if the item has been brought, but the other responds with a question about an earlier request. A hooded individual explains the lack of a directive note from X, declaring that such notes are destroyed immediately after being received. The hooded figure reveals fragments of a note that they previously burned, hinting at the precarious situation. They clarify that all notes with his handwriting were destroyed, expressing confusion over why it's needed. Examining a piece of paper, the other individual notes a faint yellow-brown stain, suggesting it indicates a connection to the Republic of Waterberek. Further inspection shows the paper isn't fully processed, a type common among the Republic's citizens, prompting questions about its usage. The observer wonders if X could be linked to the Republic or if they are deliberately misleading others to hide their identity. Speculations arise that someone from the Republic might be investigating Serenity or leaving false clues to conceal their true intentions. Instructions are given to contact immediately if the item is found, and a request is made to set up a personal meeting with X. The hooded figure reacts with surprise to the suggestion of a face-to-face meeting with X, aware of the possible risks. The other insists on meeting X, warning that past warnings and threats are still relevant. One should comply to avoid discovery. A reminder of the importance of choice is given, stating that disposing of the item would foil any plans one has for it. As the scene shifts, they agree to wait for contact, with a letter marked with an X floating in the air. A group of men walks in formation through a bustling environment, maintaining direction and focus in their stride. At a cafe, a woman asks another about the feeling of love and its connection to considering marriage with a partner. The woman explains that real love is genuine, unlike a relationship of necessity, which leads to another's teasing reference to marriage. Someone asks Sally to lower her voice, causing curiosity among those present as they try to make sense of the situation. A woman admits uncertainty but suggests that excitement is often foundational to the feeling of love, noting its variance among individuals. Reflecting on past moments, the woman contemplates how memories can shape one's perception of love and connection over time. She ponders the impact of someone cherishing memories with another but prioritizing them temporarily, leading to feelings of jealousy. The realization of jealousy sets in as she questions if such feelings arise when someone's priorities shift, even momentarily. There is contemplation about how love can ignite passion instantly or gradually kindle warmth within, leading to eventual clarity. She comes to an understanding that, in the end, a revelation may come where she acknowledges her affection for someone. A woman dressed elegantly in black approaches a grand building, remarking about her inability to sleep due to anxiety and stress, feeling fatigued. Acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, she finds herself at a loss for words. A car is visible from above and someone is questioning what's wrong, hinting at a misconception. Inside a lavish office, a report is being handed over concerning sales performance and event proposals along with other requested documents. The woman reviews a report, noting that the current operating profit exceeds expectations but expresses dissatisfaction with the overall direction, especially concerning the Christmas period. She reflects on the importance of the year-end for the hotel, emphasizing that the Christmas production is significant for promotional purposes and the hotel's image. Considering how to improve the holiday preparations, she suggests incorporating the hotel's signature elements such as a well-known mascot to add appeal. Colleagues agree with the idea, planning to forward it to the marketing team as they contemplate the plan in a room filled with trophies. The support received has increased club membership, but now the white tier, held by a few families, needs re-evaluation. Staff support is acknowledged. In a bright office, the question arises whether the VIP concierge team should be consulted on a particular matter. Lady Serena confirms the request. A report on the discussed points is promised with a mention of another scheduled appointment. Lady Serena confirms her busy agenda. There's a mention of staff looking forward to seeing Lady Serena in the restaurant as they've missed her presence after returning from vacation. While appreciating the sentiment, Lady Serena regrets she has another commitment, promising to join for a meal in the future. A cake specially prepared with affection for Lady Serena is presented, showing the team's appreciation and hope that she enjoys it. A reminder surfaces about planning Lady Serena's vacation, questioning when it might be convenient for her. Surprised by the suggestion, she questions the plan for her vacation, sounding uncertain about the timing. A customary practice is mentioned concerning vacations, encouraging Lady Serena to trust in the capable team and take a break. She contemplates the suggestion, expressing a willingness to consider the idea though not fully decided yet. Lady Serena arrives at an auction, aiming to bid on an item called Moonlight. Her presence surprises others due to her unfamiliar aura. One of the attendees notes internally how different Serena appears compared to their previous encounter, suggesting a shift in demeanor. The woman's identity is puzzling for those at the reception desk as they question if she is genuinely Serena or acting as a proxy. Amidst an apology, confusion about identities is discussed, with staff advised to keep matters discreet due to the involved parties' sensitivities. The task of replacing the Serena role is mentioned, considering a less noticeable participant. Enjoyment was found in a personal auction involvement. Lady Serena decides to engage in remote bidding, with staff assisting her and asking her to follow for the proceedings. Lady Serena is puzzled by the ongoing situation, contemplating her unexpected experience at the auction with mixed emotions. She steps into a vehicle, pondering unusual occurrences and wondering about the reason behind certain unexpected events. Reflecting in the car, she regrets having high expectations, feeling her time was wasted with unfulfilled plans. As night falls, Lady Serena questions the car's route, noting that she might have missed a specified time while wondering about their destination. Thoughts linger on whether the path to the mansion has altered, indicating uncertainty about her surroundings during the journey. Puzzled by the drive towards the city outskirts, she questions the destination, suspecting a deviation from the anticipated route. She calls out to Caesar, questioning the direction, but receives no response, heightening her concern. Unease builds as Lady Serena queries their destination further but is left without answers. Realization dawns on Lady Serena as she perceives the driver to not be Caesar, leading her to question the unknown person driving. Elsewhere, a call reveals concern from Miss Suni over Mr. Caesar's absence, prompting inquiries about his whereabouts after dark. Shocked by the call, Miss Suni questions the conversation, unable to comprehend the unexpected news. Miss Suni shares the situation involving Mr. Caesar's call, escalating her worry as she relays the information to someone in the vicinity. The urgency of informing Mr. Azer about Lady Serena's situation is stressed, implying a need for swift action. A man, identified as a chauffeur, becomes the focus of concern, as allies puzzle over Serena's altered circumstances. The narrative reveals how unfamiliar individuals commandeered the vehicle, putting Caesar at great risk, yet he evaded harm. It emerges that Serena was oblivious to the danger, prompting reflections on the next steps to ensure her safety. Discussion ensues about the absence of bodyguards who reportedly could not intervene due to an inexplicable vehicle malfunction. Reflecting on the previous day's strenuous activities, Miss Suni laments how Lady Serena insisted on going to the auction alone. A warning about avoiding public exposure due to suspicious money is remembered, emphasizing the importance of caution. Miss Suni expresses regret for not ensuring stricter measures even as indirect participation seemed safe, acknowledging Lady Serena's intentions. In a moment of reflection, the importance of giving direct warnings is realized, questioning prior decisions that lacked insistence. Self-reproach emerges for not being more persistent with Lady Serena despite her tendencies to avoid certain discussions. As the narrative continues, a character is questioned about his destination, hinting at an uncertain journey. A guess regarding Lady Serena's location arises, though confidence in finding her is not assured. In a distinct setting, a character expresses surprise, seeming to react to an unforeseen revelation, adding to the uncertainty of the situation. A man seated, addressing Serena with a curious, "What?" He seems attentive, awaiting an explanation. The man is writing a letter and questioning the meaning behind someone's kidnapping, revealing his concern and confusion. A woman explains that she was unaware of any danger while collecting artworks. She mentions finding suspicious money inside a recently purchased piece, suggesting a possible connection. The man expresses surprise about the link between suspicious money and paintings, indicating his intrigue. He conducted a separate investigation on a picture frame containing a painting linked to older artwork and an unknown amount of money. Apologizing for the lack of notification, the speaker mentions confidential instructions for the investigation and notes that the driver has informed the police. Instructions to investigate the accident site and check for any witnesses are given. There is also a request to quickly track Serena's car, showing concern for her safety. The conversation continues with an emphasis on tracking the car, ensuring instruction adherence, and the speaker confirming their commitment. Inside a car, a person observes that a vehicle not associated with their personal guard might belong to a driver's associates, hinting at caution. Realizing the distance makes escape difficult and noticing the car door won't open, the person contemplates their limited options. Planning an escape, the person considers finding an opportunity once they exit the vehicle. A conversation hints at a potential escape plan. A woman wonders about facing danger without another's presence, acknowledging their frequent togetherness but recognizing it's not constant. A man questions what kind of situation she fears, speculating about his potential kidnapping, indicating his awareness of risk. The woman imagines being taken somewhere isolated and dying unnoticed, expressing concern about a possible cover-up of her death. Reflecting on such dire outcomes, she asks if there's any way for him to find her in that situation, highlighting her anxiety. A response suggests that leaving behind traces would be crucial in such a scenario, to ensure she can be found. Possible items like hairpins, rings, clothes, or shoes are mentioned as useful traces, including tearing a dress hem. The woman begins tearing fabric, knowing it might indicate her location for an extended time, aiding in her discovery. Understanding that the enemy may not notice the torn fabric immediately, she reflects on how someone might eventually realize her kidnapping. Someone has finished a phone call with an auctioneer, setting the scene for a discussion about recent events at the auction house. It's revealed the auction was cancelled suddenly before an offer could be presented on a 19th century work, causing immediate departure. Surprise is expressed at the cancellation, with the explanation that it was at the owner's request, raising suspicions about unusual activity. Inquiry continues about the owner's details and frequency of such last-minute cancellations, indicating skepticism about the situation. Examining the provenance of the artwork is suggested, identifying the previous owner as an individual named Han. A mysterious collector known for using intermediaries could possibly have something to do with the cancellation, with speculation conveyed. Suspicion arises from a past incident suggesting involvement, possibly linked to handling stolen artifacts or someone seeking revenge. There's a warning that those involved may not realize who exactly they are dealing with, adding an ominous element to the situation. Raoul is tasked with quickly investigating the source of the suspicious painting and money, starting with known connections. Raoul confirms understanding, agreeing to start the investigation upon Iser's request, setting a plan into motion. A consideration about including information on Han in their search is raised, recognizing his significance in the industry. Given Han's prominence in the industry, it's noted why investigating him may be valuable for understanding the issue. A decision to personally pursue a more reliable and faster investigation route is made, prompting immediate action. A brief exchange questions the faster option as curiosity arises from the unexpected shift in strategy. An underlying tension is felt with the question, "What the hell is going on?" suggesting events are unfolding unexpectedly. A phone call is made during a puzzling moment, expressing a need to contact someone of importance despite the time. When asked about the owner of the moon halo, denial of such information is encountered, hinting at secrecy or misinformation. Accusations about an illegal partnership between auction houses are presented, with the speaker questioning the other's awareness. Realizing the extent of information known, there's frustration at the manipulation and selective communication that has occurred. Expert manipulation of prices and selective release of lots are denounced, uncovering known unethical practices. Accepting the lack of penalties for certain actions, there is suspicion about further undisclosed plans and future intentions. The recipient ponders the unusual nature of receiving a call, understanding the underlying hostility and threats involved. Acknowledging the call's surprising content, the woman expresses resignation about someone's awareness of everything. She reflects on mistakenly thinking her knowledge was concealed, but finds it regrettable that her secret is discovered. An apology implies regret, but a warning exists suggesting caution in future interactions or revelations. Iser confirms having a clear understanding of the situation, focusing on the implications related to Diamond. A proposed deal is aimed at ensuring silence, contrasting with a potential threat that could lead to further complications. Instead of considering losses, the suggestion is to focus on potential gains from maintaining confidentiality. Emphasizing confidentiality, there's a measure of control asserted, hinting at an ultimatum regarding a threat. A future plan by a certain DeLorean to take over another auction business is mentioned, suggesting a broader conspiracy. The statement's impact is questioned, emphasizing the power struggle and suspense about the unfolding situation. Curiosity about the extent of knowledge and strategies for handling situations leads to an uncertain dialogue. Ultimatums are issued, urging direct and swift responses with the intent to resolve the situation efficiently. Time is pressing, underscoring the urgency and necessity of acting quickly to address the unfolding issues. A focus on identifying who Han truly is, delving into the mystery surrounding the ownership and the person behind it. A question is raised about whether a woman instructed someone to watch, hinting at a mystery surrounding the evening setting. Two men receive instructions not to let a woman escape and are told to keep watch over a hostage on the first floor. A man expresses intrigue, admitting he has never seen a woman like her up close. Someone elaborates on the difficulty of expressing a situation in words from the outside while warning about the danger of touching the woman, referencing a past incident resulting in a friend's death. A man questions why the woman remains silent, remarking on the unusual quietness since most scream for help. The woman is noted for not blinking, with a warning given to be mindful of the woman's potential actions. She reflects on the auction being a setup, feeling relief despite the danger she faces. Concerns emerge over suspicious money and property dealings, pointing to discomfort with individuals undermining art's value. The scene of an unsettling auction brings back memories, hinting at past occurrences of a similar nature. The narrative relates Sarah's current situation to past feelings of being powerless, foreseeing substantial strategic moves in the art industry. Anticipation builds as she awaits someone's arrival, curious about the identity of this individual. A man questions if their action will take long, deciding whether accompanying them would be necessary, implying that assistance might be required. There's mention of Victor's numerous secret hideouts, noting the difficulty in finding an address if hidden intentionally. A man takes initiative to contact Victor, instructing another to research connections, indicating a thorough investigation. Given the telephone company's process, it might take about a week to acquire information, but urgency is expressed to shorten this time frame. The urgency is heightened further, setting a strict 3-day deadline to obtain the address, highlighting its critical importance. A firm commitment is made to gather information as quickly as possible under the pressure of the tight timeline. The name Serena is mentioned firmly with an instruction to deliver something within the specified period. Bound and in shadow, a woman's thoughts reveal she can't clearly recognize the person behind her kidnapping. Her captor's defining feature is revealed to be striking blue eyes, shocking her with the realization of who he is. Irony lingers as her former determination now falters upon confronting an unexpected, familiar presence. Past fears she concealed emerge once more, overwhelming her as she faces this person. The terrifying presence feels like a natural disaster, leaving her paralyzed by its return. Succumbed to fear, she feels powerless, unable to resist the overwhelming force confronting her. In desperation, she calls out, trapped in the urgency of her situation. Observations are made about the captor's unexpected youth, adding another layer of surprise. Despite the reassurance not to fear, she resolves to confront and not be troubled by past memories any longer. She has made promises to herself about overcoming past encounters and wonders if she's truly succeeded. The smell of tobacco invokes memories, connecting them to the scarred individual she faces now. Silence fills the room as fear and memory clash within her. There's a sense of familiarity with what's happening, questioning where it might have been encountered before. A man wonders about a past encounter, but dismisses its importance, seemingly familiar with her presence. He accuses her of taking an important painting, linking it to a delivery mistake, and demands its return. He emphasizes her disruptive actions to his business, urging awareness of the impact she's causing. He questions her role as a collector or broker, cautioning against meddling in matters beyond her grasp. A memorandum is offered, pressing for the return of his items, suggesting that her life is at stake. In defiance, she asserts her possessions are untouchable, refusing to surrender them even in dire circumstances. With confidence, he finds amusement in her defiance, seemingly entertained by the challenge she presents. Instructions are left to note the storage address, maintaining the businesslike approach amidst the tension. Despite the gravity of the situation, a business trip provides a brief reprieve, illustrating the complexity of their interactions. A 3-day ultimatum is given with the expectation of uncovering where his property is stored, threatening consequences if demands aren't met. He's puzzled by her disheveled appearance upon return, questioning what might have occurred during captivity. Protestations of innocence come from his side, asserting they had no involvement in whatever predicament she's in. A warning is issued not to entertain unnecessary thoughts and to maintain vigilance. A dire consequence is linked to failure in delivering his requirements. There's an instruction with a sense of urgency to free her hands if departing is desired. An affirmation follows the instruction, showing agreement but layered with tension. A directive concerning Victor is discussed, indicating that he'll handle matters once he acquires the necessary address. This time, he plans only to retrieve his item and release her, implying an unusual leniency driven by intuition. Inner misgivings about the situation reflect a decision to ensure her survival, guided by an unsettling intuition. A man stands holding a white cloth under a serene night sky. A woman feels confined, lamenting her current position and the futility of struggling against mere paper. She acknowledges the lack of action she can take. Thoughts of hopelessness linger as she contemplates having no place to escape to and her uncertainty in dealing with these times. The woman reflects on her poor physical condition, adding another layer to her predicament. She considers her weakened state, worsened by unpleasant smells making her dizzy and uncomfortable, but realizes she must take action despite it. She sighs in frustration, noting the inactivity of another person. It appears there is a phone nearby, and she wonders about handling the situation without knowing the cause of death. The woman contemplates making a call, thinking even a brief connection would be beneficial. Someone reacts in surprise as she approaches the door, questioning her change of mind. Conversations around the police reveal the suspect might have left the city, making the pursuit difficult. The uncertainty of Victor's location leaves little hope, acknowledging the police's limited anticipation of success. A plan emerges as Raoul and another track down secret locations, narrowing it down to 5 possible places. Concerns arise about a necklace, seeking assurance that wearing it is sufficient. Suspicion is raised about the mentioned necklace. Someone clarifies that there's a cross necklace always with the woman, though it hasn't been frequently worn recently. A close-up of the necklace, it appears significant, perhaps offering more than just decoration. Details of the necklace's hidden feature are revealed, describing a needle coated with poison, capable of incapacitating without being lethal. Thankfully, the woman always has it with her for emergencies. Frederick, aware of the necklace's secret, insisted on its presence, advising caution to the woman. He argues the necklace isn't a traditional weapon but emphasizes its importance, reminding her of its usefulness in unknown circumstances. 2 days before, on her way to work, thoughts of giving the necklace to Serena were recalled, fulfilling an old request. For years prior, the necklace had been made specifically for emergencies to protect the woman. Gratefulness arises for having self-defense items like the necklace available. Hopes are relayed for not needing to use such items or that they are used wisely when necessary. Pondering on a hardship endured alone, a man reflects on the woman's resilience in depriving herself of basics to survive. Thoughts on the woman's likely exhaustion and fear surface, acknowledging the facade she maintains. Memories of her face and voice persist, leaving an intense afterimage that caused confusion. A desire to see her again is voiced, noting the intensity and vividness of her presence. Silence dominates a phone call, yet there's a realization of who is on the line. As silence continues, the person believes they know the caller's identity. In silence, the person questions where injuries might be, seeking clarity on the condition. Recognizing a rare opportunity through the call, there's reflection on why contact was made this way instead of reaching out to authorities. The woman is on the phone in a dimly lit room. Another person lies on the floor, hinting at a complicated scene. A deep yearning to stay composed is overwhelmed by familiar sorrow upon hearing the caller's voice, blending emotions. An injury, particularly a mark, suggests the shock of encountering Victor and the challenging unfamiliarity of the place. She has a vague sense of location, mentioning woods and an old house, relying more on distant memories. Limited visibility offered little except the old 2-story wooden house she's in outside. The caller reflects on Welrenberg, a forested area, trying to link clues to her described surroundings. Instructions are provided to close her eyes and utilize senses for any small details that might assist. She recalls the faint smell of paint and a distant machine-like noise, providing potential clues. Linking her clues, the caller contemplates the location involving a wooden house, forest surroundings, and ambient details. There's concern about Jack's silence, prompting someone to question his actions in the situation. She acknowledges the arrival of a watcher, signaling the end of contact capability, declaring it sufficient. Encouragement is given to Serena, advising her to hold on as rescue approaches. Assurance is offered to keep calm. Serena discovers something significant, perhaps a revelation occurring by the window. They pinpoint a possible location in a city adjacent to Wellerner's, aligning with the details Serena mentioned. A map helps compare locations, one in town and another shared with industrial areas, forming part of Victor's hideouts. Digging into clues, particularly Serena's call, might offer insights. Evaluations about its reliability are made. Attention to resolve matters heightens as patience becomes a challenge due to the urgency felt. Plans for location verification get underway through the phone company's assistance, aiming to confirm within 15 minutes. Urgency dismisses slower plans. Rapid mobilization is demanded for immediate action to prevent delay. Confirmation on only 2 remaining places leads to strategies involving security and police, aiming for swift coordination. Tasks are delegated with an order for speed, asking which location should be prioritized. Pondering between 2 specific places, a choice emerges, navigating the possibilities. A focus sharpens on determining the next course of action based on current logical conclusions. Despite sensing something intuitive, there remains a lack of spoken insight, which arouses curiosity about the caller's identity. Concerns over illegal possession of firearms lead to a questioning of motives and presence of such weaponry. Command to act with urgency directs Raoul and instructs the police to head to Teton while planning a move to Hellentown. Frederick is on the phone, providing information about Selena's location. She's in a small wooden house in the eastern part of Hellin Town, on 71st Street, near the Route Nature Forest. The forest path has 3 old houses, and Selena is in the last one, guarded by 4 men. There's a checkpoint at the forest boundary, making it impossible to proceed further. A decision is needed about Frederick's role. The option to cross the forest on the opposite side exists, but it would require time. There shouldn't be any issues with the checkpoint on his side, so the person plans to proceed directly. There's a sense of urgency in informing the other party. The scene shows an isolated house under a dark sky, implying a lonely or secretive place. Selena feels her headache worsening and dizziness setting in. She's been there for 3 days, hoping for Victor's return. There's an uncertainty about whether Iser is on his way or still trying to locate her. Selena lies exhausted and silent, with the atmosphere heavy and tense. The situation feels strange and unsettling, highlighting a sense of mystery or unease. A voice asks someone to call their name, emphasizing a need for connection or acknowledgement. The speaker reflects on how they struggle to call out his name, possibly due to lingering feelings in their heart. They wonder if the moment to call his name will come once all doubts are gone. Their mind is blurred, repetitively thinking of a name they detested and hated. The speaker endures a challenging time while waiting for someone they feared might harm them. Since emotions of confusion and turmoil arose, they have become somewhat different. It remains inexplicable whether there's something truly happening or it's just feelings about Iser. They question if they truly feel a particular way about Iser, or if it's all in their mind. Suddenly, Selena realizes that someone is approaching, catching her by surprise. There's a suggestion that Victor might have arrived, stirring a mixture of emotions. A man questions if Iser still isn't there, expressing frustration at the situation, implying urgency. Selena is urged to act quickly, use anything available as a distraction, showing a sense of panic. The man demands to know what Selena is doing and tells her to get rid of something, implying tension. Selena is warned not to get too close, creating an atmosphere of danger and urgency. A loud sound is heard, raising questions about whether it was a gunshot, with indications that Victor is back. Panic ensues as someone exclaims that he's going to kill them, heightening the tension. She's told to grab a pen quickly, to do something immediately, indicating desperation. Selena experiences pain, feeling as if her wrist might break, emphasizing her vulnerability. It's clarified that the person isn't Victor, adding to the mystery and tension. The realization dawns on who the person could be, but it remains unspoken, creating suspense. A solemn figure stands silently, creating an ominous and mysterious atmosphere. The tension continues as someone realizes the person isn't Victor, further complicating matters. Confusion grows as someone questions the identity of the newcomer, exacerbating fears. A gunshot rings out, creating chaos and fear as the characters struggle to cope. Amidst the chaos, Selena tries to process the situation, noting that it's not what she expected. She pleads, hoping to stop whatever is happening, expressing desperation. There's a plea to not repeat past actions, indicating a troubled or traumatic memory. A demand is made to stop the ongoing chaos, reinforcing the urgency and tense situation. The sound of a gunshot echoes again, adding to the gravity of the moment. Someone begs for the actions to cease, emphasizing the desperation and fear present. Selena pleads not to harm someone, showing her compassion amidst the turmoil. She expresses sorrow about the situation, still processing the unfolding events. The scene begins with the speaker reflecting on the unexpected turn of events, acknowledging they didn't want to cry but ended up doing so. A girl, overwhelmed with emotion, covers her face. She is reminded of a significant person and feels distressed by the memory. A plea is made not to kill someone, signaling a conflict. The speaker expresses a mix of joy and relief at a long-awaited meeting, yet is terrified by the surrounding violence. The speaker reveals their desire to escape the current situation quickly with another person. The girl appears deeply upset, her actions reflecting the severity of the situation as she contemplates. She is comforted by a man who reassures her that he didn't kill the person in question, confirming that they are still alive. The speaker admits their fear and aversion towards guns and the sound they make. The narrative shifts to a reflection on the horrifying nature of gunfire and how it's a trauma for the speaker despite it not being remembered by the other party. The girl stands clutching her side, indicating physical discomfort or injury. The scene shifts to a broader view where she is being escorted by the man who seems to have managed the situation well. The girl acknowledges his swift handling of the conflict. A character named Safina is asked if she's okay, with relief expressed by another who is glad to see her unharmed. The man assures another person, Mr. Figure, that he will handle the situation and report to the police, urging him not to worry. A car arrives in the night as those involved in the conflict are instructed to be taken under control. Thoughts reflect on Victor's skilled subordinates who aim carefully to incapacitate rather than kill, demonstrating precision. The character ponders the fortune of Victor not being present, which might have otherwise resulted in a casualty. There is an urgency to get the injured to a hospital. A man, appearing bloodied and intense, instructs someone to take off a garment. A woman questions the man's actions, appearing confused and vulnerable. The narrative explores the delicate and anxious touch she feels, questioning the man's behavior and her own inability to respond. The man is focused on the blood covering her, describing it as filthy and impure. The presence of another on her is perceived as disturbing. Concern arises about the blood on her skin as he observes the situation closely. The man is seen entering a body of water as a way to cleanse or cool down the intensity of the situation. The woman contemplates her unsightly appearance, suggesting discomfort with how she might be perceived. She internally acknowledges her disheveled look, wondering why the man is so angry with her despite her state. She reflects on the paradox of relying on him while noting his anger, despite her vulnerable condition. The woman's thoughts linger on the contradiction of emotions during this chaotic time, questioning the reliance on each other. She recalls the man's protective stance, feeling conflicted about his disheveled appearance as he held onto her. His anger surfaces internally, battling with the instinctive drive to eliminate what he perceives as a threat, halted only by hearing her call his name. He reflects that without her intervention he might have succumbed to a violent urge at that tense moment. An internal monologue reveals resentment towards the circumstances and emotions stirred by this situation, directed partly at himself. The man considers how she has become helpless because of the adversities they face, contrasting it with her usual discomfort even with minor disturbances. The narrative shifts to her perspective, pondering how she, who despises firearms, had to coexist with them, leading to feelings of hate against the person perpetuating this fear. She recalls the first time she showed emotion in front of him, feeling vulnerable yet strangely unburdened by revealing her tears. The past version of himself, who once felt curious about seeing her cry, now seems foolish as he sits thoughtfully, grappling with the current state of normalcy. Each chaotic moment is met with intense resentment, reflecting on the turbulent state they are enduring. The first time she called his name remains a pivotal and memorable moment, underscoring its importance. As they drove anxiously to Hellin Town, the fear of Victor's targets was sharp in her mind, making the journey tense. She thinks about the darkness she resented, fearing she might become cold and alone if left isolated, which intensifies her anxiety. Her fear is reaffirmed, rooted in the complex emotions tangled with the events. He suggests they head to the car, offering to support her if she feels unsteady, indicating care. He delicately tries to assure her, expressing a reluctance to push boundaries too far, yet wanting to address unresolved issues. A moment of genuine gratitude emerges as she thanks him, acknowledging the depth of his support through everything. They arrive at a crossroad, underscoring a metaphorical and literal juncture in their journey. The car heads to the right, denoting the way home. As she questions a deviation in their path, her curiosity piqued. She reflects on the dilemma, feeling uncertain about his thoughts, noting how gratitude changed his demeanor into serious contemplation. She wonders about their destination, feeling as though they both need to align with their true intentions. A group of individuals stand outside a building, pondering the sudden and mysterious death of someone who unexpectedly came back to life. A man comments on the current situation, noting that everyone is now at the hospital. He questions a strange claim about a girl's true identity being Serena Selenite. Someone questions the relationship status of Iser's wife, to which another confirms it, raising suspicions about their knowledge of certain events. It's noted that Sarah was always a mysterious figure, consistently keeping intimate information under wraps, much like Serena. Following the tragic demise of the Serenity family, excluding Sarah, her public presence dwindled almost entirely, making it tough to piece together her life. After the global financial collapse, Sarah slowly started emerging, especially when she took over managing the hotel. Observing Sarah, she is considered to potentially be Serena, yet questions linger. There's a remark about the improbability of the same person maintaining two identities since teenage years, leaving one person in disbelief. The unique aura of the Serenity leader is noted as providing an explanation for how she could maintain anonymity. Despite facing a life-threatening situation, Sarah chose not to divulge her true identity, preferring silence. There's a moment of reflection on the risky consequences they could have faced if Sarah had been killed. A point is made that killing Sarah would have resulted in significant loss, noting her many utilities. Iser, revealed as the head of the Serenity family, subtly reminisces about a mysterious past incident during a quiet lakeside dawn. In a small room, a woman recalls seeing a doctor's vague outline as she recovered from stress-induced symptoms. A doctor advises ensuring the woman's rest and recovery, promising to check on her condition later. Meals are discreetly left for the woman on a small table, accompanied by a brief ring of the doorbell. Iser is characterized as someone who occasionally steps out to attend to business matters. Instructions hint that Iser plans to stay as days pass in the unnamed location. Amidst an unusual vacation, the woman reflects on how others didn't take responsibility to manage pressing matters initially. Iser sits with her as she eats, offering simple care and bringing whatever she needs. Now feeling fully recovered, she realizes the looming issue at hand. Embarrassed and perfectly conscious, she feels an intense rush of emotions. A scene of regret and guilt flashes, overlaying a past interaction that still lingers. A conversation ensues about eating, with her declining an offer for food due to lack of appetite. She reacts sharply, recounting her endurance through kidnapping and expressing disdain at the notion of worrying over sustenance. Revealing that candy kept her from fainting, it turns out it was provided by the hotel staff. The candy offered her a touch of solace during difficult times. In utter confusion, she questions the whereabouts and nature of her current location. Observations indicate that this modest place doesn't resemble Iser's villa, with the old house evoking curiosity. As an interaction unfolds, Iser insists conversations occur at the main entrance. A man mentions plans to visit Eric's place briefly, inviting any interested company. Surprised at the idea of leaving, she seems caught off guard by the implications. The suggestion to visit is repeated, but the atmosphere hints at hesitation. A tentative agreement to wait unfolds, highlighting a certain apprehension. She softly asks him not to leave, revealing her desire for his presence. Although he assures the absence won't be long, she persists in wanting them to stay together. Holding on to him, she bounds Iser with her plea, engaging in a silent exchange. Iser apologizes, prioritizing staying by his wife's side over a brief outing. The prospect of a dream car is reluctantly set aside in favor of remaining with family. Sarah reflects on the notion of being Iser's wife, a thought that seems to echo her realizations. Iser's friend agrees to enlist someone else's help for the task, highlighting a lingering determination. Where anxiety once lay, a newfound sentiment now prevails, subtly different from before. Curiosity prompts a request to finally greet the wife, who's been hidden thus far. Musing over restrictions, Iser is accused of being overly controlling. Frustrated, she voices her feeling of having been kidnapped, demanding accountability. If they must remain, she requests additional clothing for the continued stay. Thankfully, a stash of suits in Iser's car provides some makeshift solution to her request. Iser suggests she might as well stay as they have nowhere pressing to be. She challenges the constraints placed on her, equating his freedom to her confinement. Her concern amidst the waiting is addressed by reassurances of an impending delivery for her needs. A discussion arises over discomfort in unfamiliar places and the circumstances that brought her there. Self-blame is admitted for the decision leading them to this place, revealing an impulsive and cruel nature. Gazing at her, Iser reflects on the unfamiliar emotion this situation stirs within him. The sentiment turns into an unyielding desire for something uniquely his own. Though illness might have broken his resolve, he intends transparency in her comfort here. With or without socks, she signals her determination, attentive though resigned. Happy with her current company, she embraces the unfamiliar in the newfound peace. Sharing simple meals and patient care has unexpectedly brought about a quiet contentment. She acknowledges the pleasant present experience rooted in the shared solitude. Clarifying any misunderstandings, she concludes with a soft expletive. Iser closes the book he was reading, satisfied with the uncomplicated end to their reflection. Though aware of its simple resolution, he contemplates a desire for more complexity. Concerned she might interpret their time as a mere whim of hers, she questions her own sentiments. Iser's initial warmth starkly contrasts with his current distance, leading to her contemplation. Playful footsteps raise curiosity about possible interactions and new dynamics. This close posture prompts reminiscence, evoking feelings from a significant past moment. She jokingly questions him about having a secret drink while feeling surprisingly clear-headed. Observing her heart betray its indifference, she recognizes the increasing tension. Her gaze affirms the captivating presence of her companion, filling her vision completely. She feels compelled to yield to this infatuation even as red lips ignite the scene. Overwhelmed by the unfamiliar emotions, she mentally begs for respite from the chaos. He becomes concerned about a minor injury, intensifying both their emotions. Frustration peaks, and she recognizes her state as a product of his influence. Challenging his indifference, she punctuates her annoyance with anger. Accusing him of unresponsiveness, she scolds his choice to read despite her agitation. Faced with her distress, he realizes the effect his composure has had on her emotional state. Approaching honesty, she attempts to articulate her feelings. Inspired by vulnerability, she briefly ponders her unspoken desires again. Her internal voice resonates clearly, revealing a singular word, you, signifying her solitary focus. The author reflects on how they reached their current situation, finding it difficult to comprehend the journey they've taken. The scene shifts to a serene view through a window, showcasing a beautiful sunset. The chapter title suggests a theme of love or affection. The narrator describes accepting love after a harsh defeat, comparing it to a bitter punishment. The experience is intense, akin to tasting blood. There's still much they don't know about the other person. The characters share a tender moment, seated together in a cozy room. The narrator wonders if they'll regret it one day, but thinks that might be part of the reason for their actions. Their kiss feels forbidden, adding an element of thrill and danger to the encounter. As the kiss continues, they become increasingly anxious and nervous, heightening the tension between them. This connection is addictive, suggesting a powerful, irresistible draw between the two characters. Although the kiss lacks sweetness or beauty, it captivates with its provocative and fascinating nature. The male character comments on the bitterness of the girl's lips, implying it might be due to the taste of blood. He suggests that she shouldn't blame him, as he warned, even if she didn't change her habits. The girl is instructed to open her mouth more during their kiss. The silence of the room amplifies their sounds, creating an intimate atmosphere. The amplification of their sounds makes things feel more embarrassing and strange. The girl recalls how she used to perceive the man's blue eyes as cold as ice. Her perspective changes as his eyes appear warm, like a bright blue flame, as their intimacy grows. The girl seems introspective, questioning if she regrets the intimacy, wondering why he is looking at her in a certain way. The man seems focused, claiming he only has one thought on his mind at the moment. The girl is startled by a noise, thinking someone may be at the door, interrupting them. A man at the door announces his presence and mentions he brought something that was requested, unaware if anyone is inside. The couple inside realizes someone is at the door. The girl urges the man to move, concerned about being caught. Despite her protest, he continues, quietly remarking she should be silent if someone is outside. He enjoys hearing her voice but worries they might get caught due to her sounds. The man confronts her with a question, hesitating, asking if she will regret their actions and indicating he won't be able to stop once they begin. She questions what more he plans to do since he hasn't stopped yet. Lying on the bed, she accuses him of stopping after already doing everything. He reflects that he has only kissed her neck, wondering why she's implying more happened. The man critically tells her not to act naive. Surprised, she demands to know what he meant, wondering about his next move. He seems surprised, realizing something unexpected, but doesn't verbalize it. The image focuses on the man, showing his expression as he processes the situation. The narrator notes that Iser's shocked reaction mirrors Frederick's from a similar past moment. She finds it embarrassing and annoying that everyone makes the same expression in such situations. Recalling social conventions, She acknowledges the expectation of kissing and touching in relationships. Frederick once reacted to a discovery with surprise, indicating deeper implications left unspoken. The man considers Aston's observation, indicating it had relevance in their education about relationships. A woman warns about the importance of avoiding pregnancy, a stern reminder during a significant discussion. The girl laments her lack of guidance during coming-of-age celebrations, isolating herself instead of learning. She didn't feel comfortable asking family members about these things, feeling awkward and uncertain. The narrator dislikes discussing personal topics as it highlights family absence, finding it frustrating. It's customary to receive education on sex and alcohol during coming-of-age festivals in their society. Noble girls often receive formal education on certain topics, highlighting differences in upbringing. During Selena's coming-of-age, she had a strained relationship with Iansa, complicating her understanding. With the family facing difficulties, no one had the time to educate Selena, worsening her confusion. Reflecting, she acknowledges situations like this are understandable, although surprising, maintaining her calm. Iser warns someone about crossing lines, indicating serious consequences for disrupting plans. While guilty about their physical intimacy, he feels he's discovering a new aspect of her personality. When asked about drinking, she proudly admits teaching herself. She reflects on learning about relationships alone, often feeling pitiful at formal events. There was a moment at a party where she overheard explicit conversations, offering unexpected lessons. Groups of elegantly dressed women at a party made bold remarks, sparking curiosity and surprise in her. The conversation between the women shifted abruptly from business to more provocative topics. Although puzzled by their discussion, she realized for the first time such topics were part of adult conversations. As she awkwardly listened from a distance, a lady noticed her discomfort and offered discreet advice. Some questioned why she hadn't learned about relationships at her coming-of-age festival, probing her family's background. A sense of guidance was offered, recommending learning about relationships firsthand from a partner or spouse. There's an emphasis on learning from her future husband, adding an element of expectation for her education. Overwhelmed, the man silently expresses his disbelief at their current conversation. The man reflects on the discomfort of enduring such tension, admitting it's becoming painful. The girl realizes her words may sound strange, trying to clarify her intentions while feeling embarrassed. She explains her comments were merely a repetition of what someone else previously told her. She assures him the statement wasn't specifically meant for him, confused by his proximity. Accepting the situation, the man prepares to explain the subject to her, realizing he hadn't expected to teach. However, he acknowledges her curiosity, offering to stay up all night teaching her if she wishes. Surprised by his offer, she questions how he intends to teach her, intrigued yet unsure. She asks if he genuinely plans to teach her, seeking confirmation of his intentions. A man is lying on a bed with a woman, asking her what she wants him to teach her. The woman reflects on the intensity of his blue eyes, feeling a sense of intrigue or hesitation. She admits to herself that she is curious about something related to him. The woman acknowledges their recent kiss and wonders about his intentions, feeling overwhelmed and needing time to process. The man advises her to think carefully if she isn't sure about something. He offers to support her as she makes up her mind, signaling his willingness to help. She feels nervous, her heart racing as she recalls being close to him, questioning her own actions. He appears deep in thought, contemplating her feelings when it comes to their connection. The woman reflects on her impulsive and sometimes bold nature, sensing her curiosity about something unknown. She trembles as he holds her while he appreciates her honesty with her feelings. He asks if she wants him to stop. The man struggles to maintain his composure, advising her not to push herself too much. He decides it's time to sleep and leaves her some clothing, preparing to leave. After he leaves, she sits up, feeling the calmness take over once more. The room grows silent, and the heat of the moment cools down. She considers the lingering pain from their previous encounter, wondering if it was all just a dream. In a vivid scene, she finds herself in water, and someone questions what she is doing there. Concern arises about whether she is sleepwalking, and panic about the danger she might be in. The man asks her to let go, as he was just reflecting on his thoughts. She is questioned about her inability to sleep, with silence as her only response. He questions her actions, curious about what is troubling her so much. She explains that feeling the quiet movement of water helps her regain her clarity. The sensation brings her back to reality, triggering a memory where she questioned if getting wet would help her. Recalling a moment of being drenched, she wonders if it aids her in coming back to her senses. The man asks if she's experiencing déjà vu. She admits to feeling a sense of confusion yet needing sense. She reflects on the difficulty of admitting her feelings for him, feeling destructive in her vulnerability. Despite her hesitations, she chose to follow her heart, now pondering how to resolve the resulting turmoil. She decides worrying won't help and expresses that it isn't just about her. Suddenly alarmed, she cries out about something brushing against her in the water. The man reassures her that it's probably a bush or fish, urging her to stay calm. Ignoring his advice, she moves closer, caught in an emotional embrace, contemplating her feelings. The woman notices that his shirt is completely drenched. The man teases her about being obvious with her feelings, resulting in her acting shy. He invites her to reciprocate the touch if she desires, offering a sense of equality between them. She considers her touch upon his chest, realizing it is the first time she truly wants to feel connected. Shocked by the reality of the moment, she questions if what she feels is real. She struggles to convey how different everything feels now, overwhelmed by the intimacy. Admiring his physique, she silently remarks on the robustness of his body. She continues her silent observation, still grappling with the intensity of her feelings. He assures her that he is present, encouraging her to stop doubting the moment. Momentarily distracted by her thoughts, she reminds herself they are just natural reactions. As they speak, she expresses her need to understand why she feels as she does, revealing her internal conflict. She admits her confusion and the multitude of questions his presence raises within her. She confronts him about their past interactions, seeking answers to his former disdain toward her family. The man reflects on their shared misunderstandings, aware of the distance between them. The woman boldly asks him to explain his struggles with family connections, seeking clarity. In silent contemplation, he hesitates before responding to her probing questions. Despite his calm appearance, he struggles internally, acknowledging the depth of their conversation. As she waits for his answer, she is determined to comprehend his motivations and history. He confesses his reluctance to discuss family matters, preferring to avoid the subject entirely. Despite his sharp words, she feels unchanged in her perception of him, their conversation unable to bridge the gap. Frustration builds within her as her heart aches over the unresolved issues. She acknowledges there may be limits to what they can resolve, leaving the conversation open-ended. He walks away, mentioning his quest to understand the unknowns surrounding them. His musings turn to using others to gather information, contemplating easier paths to answers. Yet he remains committed to hearing directly from her, valuing her perspective over second-hand accounts. In anger, she demands honesty, seeking to understand his true intentions directly from him. Opaque memories cloud his mind, with words of uncertain meaning flashing through. More scattered fragments of past interactions flood his consciousness, painting a blurry picture. The recollections continue, intensifying before retreating, leaving him in contemplation. The woman remains determined to probe him further, prepared to ask differently if necessary. She inquires about forming a contract, suggesting a new level of mutual commitment and understanding. A character reflects on an unexpected situation, pondering how this wasn't part of their original plan. A narrative about family dynamics unfolds, contrasting the older son's talkative nature with the younger son's reserved demeanor and highlighting the unconditional love from their parents despite the perceived differences. The younger son's emotional struggles are outlined, noting that although he receives ample love and care from his parents, he secretly deals with emotional issues, perhaps feeling isolated. The idea of love transforming into hate is introduced, emphasizing how excessive love can feel oppressive and cause significant emotional burden, further complicating familial relationships. A dark confrontation between characters is depicted, suggesting a deep conflict possibly rooted in family ties or betrayal where allegiance and familial bonds are questioned. Reflecting on past events, the narrative delves into an introspective moment, illustrating how a divided past influenced current unresolved emotions, marking the beginning of personal change. Before their birth, the mother faced the challenge of persuading the father to embrace the idea of having children, which he initially rejected due to his focus on legacy rather than family. In a meeting, A group insists that Dustin should have a child to secure the future, but he questions the fairness of passing on his life's work merely because they're his offspring. Dustin's thoughts reveal his possessiveness over his achievements, valuing them as results of his personal effort, unwilling to share them with anyone else. His firm stance on not trusting anyone with his business regardless of familial ties reaffirms his intent on maintaining control over the Graham family's legacy. A critical perspective paints Dustin as a man driven by greed, incapable of sharing wealth or love, solely consumed by the pursuit of money. After much persuasion, Dustin eventually consents to having children, influenced by others' opinions, which leads to the birth of Victor and the narrator. Seeing his children for the first time, the father's rigid demeanor implies a struggle to express affection despite acknowledging their existence, as the mother remains a key emotional support. An intimate moment portrays the narrator's close bond with their mother, reflecting the warmth of their early childhood experiences while forming lasting memories in her company. Recollections of a cherished routine, where they rode horses and enjoyed peaceful vistas together, serve as a reminder of simpler times filled with nurturing conversations and shared happiness. The narrator reminisces about visiting a picturesque village with their mother, reminiscent of cherished family traditions and reconnecting with old friends amidst a serene backdrop. Memories of idyllic trips with their mother recall a time unblemished by societal constraints, class, or wealth disparities, emphasizing a rare period of true happiness in their life. Looking back, the narrator considers this phase the only time they experienced genuine love, untouched by future misfortune, hinting at impending complications. Their father's unwelcome interference emerges as a central obsession, disrupting the tranquility of their early life experiences and leaving an indelible mark on the narrator's psyche. The father summons the narrator, indicating he has important information to share, creating a suspenseful atmosphere with implications of unresolved family matters. A proposition is made to alter the terms of a discussion, initiated by a character interested in negotiating or making deals, suggesting a shift in dynamics. A wider discussion unfolds about the adversities tied to harsh truths, examining whether curiosity about these truths was the motivating factor behind a proposed agreement. Future contemplations are interwoven with reflections on individual choices that dictated their path, intensifying the focus on personal and collective consequences. The speaker reveals knowledge of a deeply personal matter involving Victor, unknown to others, further implicating complex family secrets and ties. A revelation about a past encounter with Victor adds another layer of intrigue and personal history to the narrative, intensifying the emotional weight of the conversation. Iser is puzzled and reflects on a disturbing past event, questioning the implications of the interaction with Victor and its impact on their shared history. A mystery involving the connection between the speaker and Victor resurfaces, drawing attention to unresolved matters and lingering questions. The speaker attributes significant personal losses to their relationship with the Graham family, indicating profound ramifications that have left lasting scars. Despite personal challenges, new opportunities to engage with different societal classes emerged, fostering connections and perhaps providing emotional stability. A confession of embedded resentment towards the listener's family is disclosed, rooted in misunderstandings overheard in conversations, fueling long-held grievances. Recollections of an overheard phone call spark distrust and anticipation of negative intentions, compelling one to remain vigilant and await a suitable moment to act. The realization that trust was shattered following this overheard conversation brought fear and anxiety, fostering the belief that the intention was to eventually cause harm. Despite uncertainties about the subject of the conversation, the speaker perceived a parallel between the listener and Victor with no assurance of their safety. The underlying fear of firearms and discomfort within a particular house is linked to these past overheard conversations, revealing long-standing tension and hidden fears. Confusion arises around the mention of someone else being involved, triggering questions about the validity of prior assumptions and the depth of hidden truths. The speaker elaborates on the existence of a younger sibling whose presence remains a secret within the family, adding another layer of complexity to the family dynamics. There's an explanation that the earlier phone call was unrelated to the listener but merely a strategic misdirection to manipulate others, hinting at hidden motives. The reaction to unexpected information indicates a mix of surprise and realization, causing the listener to reassess their previous understanding of the situation. A suggestion for a new approach is made, implying that by seeking understanding, it should eventually be possible to address underlying truths without fear or deceit. Encouragement to pursue inquiries about certain truths continues, acknowledging the complexities involved and expressing a willingness to work through them together. Instructions are given to utilize background checks for details on businessmen, indicating a practical, if somewhat intrusive, approach to gathering information. The speaker commits to thorough investigations into the listener's background, blending personal assurance with the promise of diligent effort to uncover necessary facts. Reflection on the speaker's misunderstanding reveals empathy, acknowledging the pain endured while waiting for truthful communication, emphasizing the desire to clarify misconceptions. Deciding to inform the listener rather than conceal truths is considered necessary for honesty, despite potential challenges, emphasizing sincerity in future dealings. A suggestion is made to consult Luvis for guidance, encouraging exploration of external insights and learning, thus promoting a collective approach to resolving issues. Reacting with mild surprise, the listener considers the advice to approach Luvis, recognizing its practicality and reflecting on the apparent insightfulness of the guidance. The listener finds reassurance in having confirmed Iser's alignment regarding the family, feeling less at a disadvantage and considering the significance of shared secrets. Accomplishments from the conversation provide a sense of progress, acknowledging the complexity of the relationship while remaining hopeful for deeper understanding in future interactions. Focus returns to Iser, now alone, as he reflects on recent developments and their implications, contemplating the unforeseen complications that have arisen. Iser stands before a closed door, gathering himself as he anticipates future conversations and understanding how they fit into the larger narrative of his life. A clash of perspectives occurs when the speaker addresses tensions about misunderstood intentions, resisting submission to nonverbal communication barriers. Lovis unexpectedly arrives, prompting curiosity about his presence and introducing a jovial, albeit perplexing, element amidst the surrounding uncertainty. Lovis's explanation for his early visit reflects enthusiasm prompted by Selena's message, showing eagerness to engage and assist, signaling a shared camaraderie. The atmosphere lightens with other characters arriving, signaling mutual respect and the importance of direct communication in resolving ongoing concerns. A moment of contemplation, possibly indicating relief or discomfort, precedes a revelation prompted by Selena's direct involvement, suggesting deeper alliances forming. A sense of accountability emerges, referencing Selena's recent actions and the brevity since their last discussion, indicating urgent developments in the storyline. Expressing unwavering interest, a character affirms their unyielding focus on the present company, suggesting sincere intentions or underlying agendas yet to be revealed. Observations on Selena's bold nature in relationships stand out, contrasted with Iser's apparent acceptance, adding a light-hearted layer to the dynamic between them. With discretion, someone decides to leave the conversation undisturbed, acknowledging the need for privacy to explore unresolved matters between the remaining parties. The scene depicts Iser in reflective silence, tackling the ongoing complexities that have unexpectedly emerged, contemplating the implications for his path ahead. The father compliments Iser, mentioning that his teachers have remarked on his intelligence. He also notes that Iser recently completed an advanced course independently, which is typically expected after entering school. The father casually compares Iser to his older brother, acknowledging that while his brother was smart, Iser appears to surpass him in intelligence, and he commends Iser for a job well done. As Iser sits quietly, his father places a hand on his head, advising him not to waste time playing with his mother anymore. The father instructs Iser to start coming to his office at 8 a.m. from the following day onward. He plans to personally teach Iser what he needs to learn, ensuring Iser understands the importance of this new education. Iser reflects on how he no longer had any time to spend with his mother as his father's lessons began to dominate his schedule. He begins to accompany his father for lessons and ventures outside to witness the urban development and large-scale projects in action. Iser questions his father's inclusion of another person, Esther, in his learning process. His father responds by explaining that, moving forward, Iser must learn alongside Esther to become more intelligent and powerful, as the competitive business world is ruthless and survival is crucial. The father, with serious intent, makes it clear to his children that he has no intention of being neither a good father nor a killer. He instructs them to pay attention to what he says as their destinies depend on it. Iser acknowledges his father's grave determination. Iser narrates how Victor started to become wary and hostile towards him. Victor also grew reluctant to spend time with their mother or enter Dalencourt. Victor moves to leave the conversation, stating that if everything essential has been communicated, he will be making his exit. Victor tells his mother that he does not have time for leisurely conversations at the moment and excuses himself after ensuring everything important has been said. During a conversation with a woman, Victor refuses her suggestion to replace the Dalencourt curriculum with home tutoring, deeming it nonsense. It is pointed out that it is shameful for a prestigious family's child not to have a Dalencourt diploma, but sends Victor away with a promise he will enter Dalencourt next year. Victor requests permission to travel to and from home to attend lessons if his father agrees, as he wishes to stay at the dorms there. However, he is abruptly shut down and dismissed from the office. This might have made Victor anxious about living up to expectations. From that day, Victor is instructed to begin learning about the different types of bullets, guns, and their principles and structures as they pertain to shooting techniques. As Iser examines something in his hand, he reflects on stepping out of his mother's world to start learning from his father, focusing now on his father's life lessons. The father's voice over the image speaks about land designated for a factory complex. The father elaborates on plans to profit from rental income from manufacturers and businesses building new factories. Amidst this explanation, a cry for help interrupts, indicating an unexpected situation. Iser encounters a woman who asks for help, claiming to care for him. She is desperate and pleads with Iser for aid regarding the child. In response, the boy questions her, seeming to doubt her intentions, and the tension in the air is palpable. A physical confrontation unfolds, hinting at the pressing tension and disagreement between the characters. It's a moment where physical strength is used, conveying a sense of conflict and urgency. In the ongoing conflict, a man questions another's capability to handle a situation. His voice carries a tone of accusation or demand, suggesting a degree of frustration or disappointment. With a firm tone, a character promises to ensure a particular incident never repeats, illustrating a determination to restore order and stability, followed by a reflection on how the father always achieved his ends swiftly. The father, handling the situation with authority, decides the fate of a lost child. He orders the child to be found and placed in an orphanage connected to their factories, revealing a calculated move for future influence. Iser notes how defiance against his father was never forgiven or forgotten. Iser reflects on his father's uncompromising nature, suggesting that anyone hindering his father's goals would face severe repercussions with no exceptions made. Within the mansion, Iser is chastised by a figure for being caught entering a room. They mention an intervention or an issue requiring resolution, underlining the serious tone of the situation. An intense discussion unfolds about Lady Joanna, who is purportedly causing a disturbance. A male figure stresses the importance of taking responsibility to defuse the situation. In a flashback, Iser recalls how a few police officers and soldiers from the Imperial Palace appeared at their doorstep following short events, setting a serious tone for the imminent investigation. The investigation targets Iser's mother, who stepped up to accept the consequences for his father. The tense atmosphere is emphasized as police inspect the mansion, focusing on the small, significant room upstairs. Iser urges his mother to hurry and follow him as they move through their home, implying the urgency and perhaps secrecy they must maintain during the police presence. Iser reminisces about the attic, a special location accessible only to him and Victor during their youth, hinting at its significance and potential as a hideaway. Iser stands at the attic doorway, instructing his mother to hide. He informs her about the arrival of people from the Imperial Palace, signifying the gravity of the situation. Iser observes his mother momentarily startled, but she soon composes herself, offering reassurance with a smile as if expecting the situation. Assuring him of calmness, the mother promises that the adults will simply converse and she'll return. However, it is implied that she may not be entirely truthful, as Iser silently recognizes her deception. Iser questions his mother, wondering why she must go, saying it isn't her fault and he doesn't want her to leave, hinting at his worry for her safety. Despite his protest, Iser's mother insists he remains behind. She plans to claim that everything was her father's doing, even as their conversation extends without resolution and time passes anxiously. As Iser clutches the door handle, his grip weakens until it becomes painful and numb, a physical manifestation of his internal struggle and anxiety in this moment of crisis. Iser, alone, reassures his unseen father that the authorities have arrived following their plan. The scene suggests a calculated, possibly manipulative strategy at play. Iser's father tells him that they can't help his mother at the moment. He discourages Iser from involving himself in adult matters and advises him to focus on his own concerns. Iser and his father have a discussion where Iser is urged to prioritize profitably assisting with company matters, emphasizing the value placed on wealth over family. The father explains his perspective that money determines value and morals, portraying a worldview centered on business logic and calculating personal gain. Iser challenges his father's disregard for family by implying he understands the preference for monetary value over maternal connection, labeling himself responsive to his father's teachings. Iser recalls his brother Victor, remembering his deceiving smile and the betrayal that led to dire family outcomes, including their mother's perilous fall. A voice questions the appropriateness of finding humor in a grim situation, implying tension and moral conflict in the narrative, though the humor remains unexplained. In a shocking sequence, Iser comes across a critical moment involving his father's fall, prompted by turmoil and leading to physical injury, calling out to him desperately. Despite the tumult, Iser firmly instructs for the police to be contacted after confessing an assault, expressing a desire to join his mother in custody. Iser expresses a strong sentiment, preferring imprisonment over learning further from his father, suggesting deep disillusionment with his father's teachings. Iser resolves he will spend his time more effectively in jail, indicating a rejection of his father's influence and a desire for honest self-growth elsewhere. Reflecting on the subsequent weeks since his mother's detention, Iser recalls being approached in the garden by an unidentified figure, contemplating change in his life. A formal introduction occurs between Iser and a young man, marked by respectful greetings, hinting at an important conversation or relationship development. Iser introduces Jeff Frick, a consulting attorney for his family who appears to play a significant role within their household affairs. Jeff Frick observes Iser's solitary tower-building habit, initiating a gentle conversation and expressing curiosity about Iser's unusual activity. A discussion unfolds regarding the meaning behind stone tower construction, likened to either bringing luck or warding off misfortune, leading to curiosity about the origin of this knowledge. Iser admits he lacks knowledge of the symbolic meaning, explaining instead that he stacks towers in memory of each deceased person he encounters. Surprised, Jeff Frick learns from Iser that each stone represents a death in that house, leading to a chilling realization of their abundance. Jeff Frick's attention is drawn to a distinctive red stone, prompting him to inquire about its special significance within the stone arrangement. Iser reveals the red stone is meant for his mother, indicating that he plans to add it to the top once she passes away, reflecting on his mother's perilous situation. Jeff Frick reassures Iser about his mother's impending return, expressing his ongoing efforts to reunite her with Iser, who listens quietly while suggesting Jeff Frick take a seat. Jeff Frick makes a poignant promise to Iser, vowing to bring his mother back safely, highlighting his commitment to Iser's well-being. The narrative details Jeff Frick's intentions towards Iser, contrasting his desire to offer genuine comfort with his awareness of the father's likely disapproval. Emphasizing trust and regular companionship, Jeff Frick proposes weekly meetings with Iser, aiming for stability and normalcy in Iser's disrupted life. Iser starts having conversations with Jeff Frick, seeing him as a substitute parental figure who imparts wisdom, with the meetings kept secret to preserve this newfound guidance. These private conversations allow Iser to comprehend and resist his father's manipulative behaviors, urging self-awareness and the necessity for sacrifice for greater good. Iser reflects on Jeff Frick's role as an influential father figure, noting his teaching of morality and embracing a life filled with diverse challenges and lessons. Iser overhears admiration toward his father Dustin's achievements, acknowledging his significant strengths and qualities despite his ruthless methods, with room for further growth. Iser contemplates Jeff Frick's role as a true adult, standing as a moral compass amidst his turbulent family dynamics, noting how time passes amidst learning experiences. Iser narrates the anticipated moment Jeff Frick fulfills his promise, witnessing his mother's return to the household, marking a significant emotional closure for him. It is revealed that after 4 months, the narrator's mother returned as a completely different person, Her hands, once warm and soft, had become cold and dry. Her emaciated body appeared almost frightening, contrasting sharply with her previous state. The father seemed to have paid a hefty price to settle the situation. Despite the loss, it wasn't just to protect the mother. A man, presumably the father, is on the phone discussing the risks of executing the lady of the house and its impact on the family's reputation. He mentions losing land surrendered for a fine to keep her alive temporarily. The narrator reflects on the incident, describing how an agreement was reached to placate the situation temporarily, suggesting it was best to stay low for a while. The mother needed to stay at a convent for 3 months to 2 years for mental health care. During this time, the narrator decided to stop rejecting his father's teachings, finding some parts useful for his own future strength and independence. On a return trip from Darlincourt, the narrator discovered that Jeffrick was missing. Later, it was revealed that Jeffrick had been dismissed from his role as the father's legal consultant. The narrator assumed he would never encounter Jeffrick again, believing the man to be bound for a better fate elsewhere. The situation called for acceptance and to live a quiet life. Before adulthood, the narrator faced another familial crisis linked to his father and Victor. The mother couldn't face court again for past incidents, and the narrator managed to secure her release with the condition of forfeiting land. If she faced another trial, there would be nothing to prevent her execution. The character is overwhelmed by the immense responsibilities yet to come involving managing business groups. There is a discussion about the consequences of a trial which would jeopardize business opportunities. The best action is to prevent the trial for mutual benefit. A decision seems to be forming based on the imagined success of the plan ahead. The narrator sees this situation as an opportunity despite the lack of confidence in dealing with others. The crisis stemmed from attempting to buy Palanteo's land, which belonged to the family for generations. The land was treasured, and the grandfather had consistently refused to sell it, despite his descendants' desires. The evidence against the family is overwhelming, but the narrator promises to handle those supporting the father and Victor, ensuring no worries. A conversation ends abruptly with Iser being told it's enough, bringing the dialogue to a close. The narrator's mother looks back at her life since marrying his father, amidst challenging situations involving the siblings. She finds joy in marrying and being the narrator's mother, showing genuine affection. She advises the narrator not to harbor resentment towards his brother and father, urging a life free of revenge and bitterness. The mother wishes the narrator a happy birthday in advance, as he is about to enter adulthood. In the end, the mother accepted the role of a scapegoat for the father's actions to protect her sons. The mother appears resolute, holding a gun, possibly ready to face her fate. The father and Victor attempt to better their public image through acts like organizing charity work after the mother's death. This enrages the narrator further. Rage and bitterness consume the narrator, causing him to lose composure and pushing him past his breaking point. Overcome with emotion, the narrator reaches his limit, contemplating the situation. Deep in thought, the narrator plans for the future, feeling compelled by inner conflicts. A conversation occurs with the suggestion of passing time together, hinting at an unfolding relationship. The Deloron family has a long-standing business relationship with the narrator's family. An engagement was even discussed. The narrator reflects on past interactions and comprehends the complex circumstances leading her to smoking, linking to family pressures. An offer of marriage is proposed, implying ulterior motives beyond mere partnership. The woman reveals her preference for younger men, expressing interest in the narrator over being sold off to the Grahams. The narrator admits having no plans for marriage and prefers honesty, asking for the real motive. The woman complains about her family, suggesting mutual support since both sides share discontent. She proposes they ally against mutual adversities, offering an indirect alliance against family troubles. Recognizing the alignment, the narrator admits to a similar goal of dismantling the Graham lineage. The narrator rejects familial obligations and business models, unwilling to follow the expected path. An internal struggle over past rage and bitterness leads to considering alternative plans and confronting family issues directly. The narrator contemplates taking drastic measures against their family to claim control over the estate, considering selling it off. The woman emphasizes the necessity of making their own path away from family entanglements, seeking freedom. Realizing her motives, the narrator sees her approach as an attempt to escape through him, confirming her intentions. She aims to restore her family's glory after settling her debts, aligning their goals for independence and renewal. Her candidness about intentions surprises the narrator, who contemplates a future of mutual benefit. The father agrees to the engagement, setting conditions to ensure the family's interest. He states that the engagement must precede whatever future plans may unfold, hinting at strategic intentions. The arrangement marks the beginning of a relationship with Dia, becoming a source of comfort despite uncertainties. When the future seemed bleak, she consistently provided reassurance, strengthening their bond. Even when conflict arose, including confronting her resemblance to the narrator's father, they maintained their bond. As matters escalated, Dia is taken away, with a request to care for the evolving situation. The narrator comes to accept this facet of her, recognizing it as her way of coping with life's challenges. Realizing a responsibility to support her, the narrator reflects on their mutual promises. With promises in mind, the narrator resolves to make choices ensuring both of their futures align with their ideals. A tense silence ensues, reminiscent of a past moment linked to a critical turning point. The narrative builds up to a revelation about the father's actions and the accompanying price paid. The term price, frequently used by the father to signify actions taken against others, adds tension to the narrative. The narrator confronts the truth about Jeff Frick and the father's dangerous influences, questioning past actions. Reflecting on a past when shooting practice was routine, they ponder the repercussions of those days. The narrator considers the true implications of past decisions made in the heat of youthful training. A question arises about the reality of actions taken, highlighting a growing inner conflict. The scene begins with a reflective question, pondering what was truly shot during a practice session in the forest. A man in a suit hopes that a troubling thought is not true. He wishes it was just a crazy bad dream and longs for it to be different. Another man feels estranged, questioning his relationship with his father and their lack of connection, despite the fact that he should understand him. A tense moment unfolds between two men, with the younger one asking bluntly about someone's actions and being told to be quiet, leading to a reluctant, silent agreement. Recalling past events, a character accuses another of ignoring someone who was loyal despite being criticized for praising that person's brilliance. There's a deep sense of regret and accusation over past actions. A man questions the necessity of certain sacrifices, expressing regret about decisions made, implying blame and emotional turmoil. Unable to communicate effectively with someone, one character questions whether the other's words make sense on a human level. Reflecting on a past loss, a man feels that while someone was having a hard time, they had to exchange their life for it. This led to an unjust death, reflecting deep regret and a personal burden. In a consoling gesture, a character suggests focusing on living according to past teachings and advises against dwelling on previous events. A firm directive is given: marry and enjoy inherited wealth and power, questioning the difficulty of this task. A feeling of suffocation overwhelms a character, likening it to being trapped in the belly of a snake, inducing a desire to escape. The narrator feels unable to breathe, crushed by a sense of helplessness and a need to flee due to shared blood ties. Resolute, they decide to leave. Options include extreme choices or following past paths of loved ones, driven by an urgent sense to act. A man reacts in surprise, uncertain of what the other is planning, while being told not to look back. Outraged, someone questions if throwing away a name over a lawyer is sensible, showing disbelief at such drastic actions. Reflecting on family, a character considers it filthy and a curse, expressing resentment and a wish that it had been different. A dismissive voice questions the usefulness of a noble upbringing, doubting the ability to survive without wealth or status. The challenge is intensified by the question of survival without financial or social standing, provoking contemplation on past privileges. There's a confrontation about dissatisfaction and the need to appreciate what one has, warning against rash actions and insisting on listening to parental advice. Suddenly frustrated, one character struggles to contain their anger and loss of control during the confrontation. Feeling betrayed, an accusation is made about how one could leave their family in such strife, expressing feelings of betrayal. A paternal voice demands attention, pleading for the recognition of parental authority, frustrated by being ignored. After departing, the narrator reflects on staying in various places, but feeling imprisoned by their thoughts and unable to escape them. With regained composure, the idea of contacting a significant person resurfaces, despite setbacks in their plans. Determined to forge a new path, the narrator decides to craft a plan, committed to making a fresh start. There's a realization about betrayal, admitting that despite clear evidence and comforting words, everything was a lie. Overwhelmed by emotions, there's an eruption of sorrowful laughter, marking a moment of painful acceptance. This moment of hollow laughter signifies the resignation to feelings of loss, capturing an internal conflict. Despite bravado, the narrator confesses that betrayal has left a significant mark, unable to fully shrug off the impact. The previous admission continues, reinforcing the depth of the emotional impact of betrayal. Explaining the profound effect of feeling betrayed by someone so close, the hurt runs deep because it involved a fiancé who was supportive at difficult times. The growing resentment and inability to forgive continue to affect the narrator deeply, darkening their state of mind. Acceptance comes with time, acknowledging the end of a complicated relationship while feeling worn out by constant reminders. Gossip circulates about upcoming nuptials and related complications, emphasizing family connections and decisions affecting social circles. The decision to revisit a familiar villa from youth is recounted, indicating a nostalgic return to a place of comfort. While spending time alone, the narrator is sought by someone called Chairman Harold, signaling an impending interaction. Meeting a new character, heralded as a cousin of Jeffrick's, brings surprise and the introduction of overlapping memories and relationships. Jeffrick had mentioned the narrator to Harold, highlighting Jeffrick's concern and foreshadowing a meeting. The overlapping memories of Jeffrick and Harold come together, prompting secrets to be shared with someone who understands. Despite expectations of animosity, Harold offers encouragement rather than judgment, showcasing unexpected support. Harold's support includes advising against self-blame and encouraging the release of personal guilt. Time passes, offering the metaphor of a year's end, and a visit from Iansa Serenity suggests a new unfolding chapter. The narrator encounters Iansa again, noting previous meetings and sharing warmth despite present sadness. Rumors prompt a visit, driven by concern and friendship, with intrigue about what message Iansa might have for the narrator. Iansa, feeling unwell, prioritizes getting to the main subject, hinting at something significant to discuss. A proposal is made in light of the family's situation, seeking a favor and support from the narrator. The suggestion of a deal is made, opening the possibility of collaboration or understanding between the parties. Impressed by Iansa's resolve, the narrator recounts the conversation, choosing to reject the offer despite the persuasion. Iansa encourages reconsideration, proposing a potential benefit either as a fresh start or another opportunity. As a final note, Iansa extends an invitation to reconnect once a decision has been made, extending an offer without pressure. Life continues for several months, pushing thoughts of the proposal aside temporarily but leaving space for reconsideration. One day, a change of heart occurs and the narrator finally accepts Iansa's proposal, marking a turning point. Preparations are underway for a meeting with Iansa's granddaughter, Serena, that will reveal interpersonal dynamics. Serena's reluctance to meet is explained, with instructions to be understanding of her possible rudeness as they meet for the first time. The narrator recalls a possible previous encounter with Serena, acknowledging an unrecognized past moment and wondering if they went unnoticed. After listening to Iser's story from Lewis, the main character felt very disturbed. Despite not hearing the truth directly from Iser, the character finds it hard to know the specifics of the situation but empathizes with Iser's feelings. They realize that with Iser's cold demeanor, experiencing such events must have been unbearable. The character understands why Iser harbored resentment because of their association with the Grayan family, yet it's remarkable Iser hasn't expressed anything about it. Iser questions if the character intends to keep staring at him, indicating there's no need for excessive pity. The character reassures Iser that there has been no pity, only thoughts on how similar they are. The character reflects on how they were once like Iser. Understanding Iser's childhood trauma and experiences is something the character relates to, recalling their own struggles through similar dark memories. The character comprehends Iser's previous remarks at a hotel, acknowledging a lack of hatred back then. Iser confirms he has never harbored hatred, not even once. The character concludes that Iser empathized with their experiences, preventing any hatred. The notion of empathy and its inability to coexist with hatred lingers in the atmosphere. The character sees their past self in Iser, similar to how Iser views them now. Iser is shown in deep contemplation, troubled by depression and indifference, unable to discern between love and survival. Iser reflects on opening up to someone who once stood by him, even during challenging times. The presence of someone who empathized and understood Iser is significant for his journey. The character admits their initial disbelief in finding common ground with Iser, surprised at their similarities. They discuss the difficult nature of starting a relationship, their gradual understanding, and the hidden layers revealing commonalities. The encounter between them led to a splash of emotions, before arriving at a point of deep mutual understanding. The character remembers Lewis's words about talent potentially becoming a hindrance. Iser and the character share a tranquil moment, seated together, enveloped by the scenery. Inside the De Laurent Gallery's director's office, there is concern over Lean's and Serena's absence. The chance of Lean's and Serena being together during their absence is acknowledged. There is contemplation about possible locations for Lean's and Serena's disappearance. The director struggles with the likelihood of significant events occurring in their absence. There is speculation if Lean's has developed feelings for Serena, but it's deemed unlikely. A report regarding a painting labeled Ballerina is brought to the director's attention, but the director dismisses the topic. It is confirmed that Sir Igro sold Ballerina to overseas brokers, a fact revealed to the director. The director reflects on her father's unwillingness to dispose of the painting due to its significance. Given the circumstances, selling the painting was unavoidable, and the director acknowledges she would have made the same choice. The conversation shifts to another painting, prompting an unexpected surprise. It is revealed that someone planned the situation all along, causing mild amusement despite the gravity. The realization dawns that a seemingly innocent persona was deceptive all along, playing games with others. The protagonist learns that the Moon Halo auction was cancelled, instigating curiosity about Victor's actions. The protagonist discovers Sarah tried to bid at that auction, leading to further doubt about what's been happening. They suspect Sarah of concealing her identity to secure the painting. These actions reveal Sarah's intent to deliberately prompt the protagonist to remove the painting publicly. In reflecting on the situation, there is an acknowledgement of attempts to secretly rectify or manipulate events. There's frustration about someone aiming to obtain multiple paintings and convoluting the board. There is confusion over why Serena approached it clandestinely instead of directly asking for it. The director explains the changing value of the artwork and its significance to Serena. The discourse continues on why the painting's mysterious appearance enhances its worth and dilemma. Despite the forced sale on the black market, they ponder on which action would yield more profit while noting Serena's audacity. Even if Serena keeps the paintings, their increased worth could serve to leverage against others without a trace. The director feels tricked twice by Serena, lamenting the unforeseen outcomes. The paintings and liens are highly coveted by them, forming critical sentimental possessions. They vow to retain everything, expressing determination against losing liens. Iser warns of the steep and rocky terrain ahead, ensuring the character's safety by guiding them carefully. Amidst nature, the character appears contemplative. The journey is described as treacherous, with a narrow path filled with obstacles. Iser leads the way, clearing the path to ensure ease for the character following. The effort made by Iser emphasizes the desire for the character's safe journey. The character reflects on their situation, pondering the symbolism in their shared path. The character acknowledges Iser for taking the initial steps on the challenging path. Iser expresses his willingness to walk the path together with the character, seeking mutual comfort. Iser requests the character to hold his hand, signifying support and connection. Together, they continue to walk harmoniously along their journey, hand in hand, beneath the bright sky. The narrative begins with the return of Iser and Serena on a particular evening. Despite initial reluctance, they couldn't leave the mansion and hotel unattended. Thankfully, peace prevailed and nothing occurred during this time. A woman expresses concern to Miss Serena about her rest, worried if anything troubled her. Serena reassures her, stating she feels better now. News about Frederick's disappearance is shared. He hasn't returned since searching for Serena, causing concern about his well-being. The woman mentions a forlorn kitten who has been crying, likely missing Frederick, whom it adored. The kitten remains nameless. Serena reflects on the revelation that Frederick gathered crucial information about her location. Conflicted about where to search, the narrator explains quick actions were possible due to Frederick's call. Frederick acted promptly to locate Serena, handling suspicious money and a painting on his own. Recalling Frederick's foresight about impending events, Serena finds herself unable to articulate her feelings clearly about him. Questioning who took charge of her life initially, Serena reflects on her intentions and the originality of those who helped her. A firm directive is given to find Frederick and bring him back no matter what. Serena insists on conveying an urgent message, asking Frederick to return to the mansion promptly for an important conversation. She resolves not to move forward without understanding the story or the person behind these events. Frustrated by Frederick's disappearance, Serena questions his audacity in leaving without her consent. Serena wishes to see the broker who introduced her to Frederick promptly, and arrangements for contact are confirmed. Iser departs the mansion early, prompting Serena to wonder about the distinctive white car introduced for her use. As Serena rides, it's noted that Iser was informed of the vehicle this morning, a custom model from Kerson's automobile, as a form of apology. Serena has also started driving it locally. After completing paperwork, Serena decides to spend additional time reviewing documents more meticulously. Acknowledgement of Serena's hard work throughout the day is noted. Despite recommendations to dine at the hotel, Serena departs, mentioning she needs to visit somewhere specific. Compliments on Serena's excellent performance conclude her day as she leaves by car. Inside the car, Serena is informed about dealing with the ballerina etude and the successful retrieval of paintings intended for overseas sale. Reflecting privately, Serena acknowledges that her hopes were low for this endeavor, though it unexpectedly succeeded. Doubting the adherence to agreements, Serena notes that the other party initially promised 10 items, revealing deceit soon after. An elderly man expresses being accustomed yet slightly hurt by the consistent dishonesty encountered. Contemplating personal strength after recent events, Serena is relieved about reclaiming what's rightfully hers. Serena gives instructions regarding suspicious paintings Frederick discovered, emphasizing the need to check for identifying marks. The paintings were part of money laundering by the De Laurents, indirectly causing Serena's kidnapping. In the car, a woman comments on Serena's relentless work efforts despite being off-duty. It's noted that attending auctions under her true identity isn't beneficial. Instead, buying the auction house in Serena's name is preferable. Discussing plans for a takeover, signs are noted of De Laurent preparing similarly, necessitating faster action. Serena vehemently insists on securing their business against the De Laurents, receiving confirmation of her directive. Serena arrives at a destination, stays in the car, and reflects on her unexpected impressions of the place, initially believed to be a typical office. Observations reveal a scene filled with individuals intoxicated by alcohol, a familiar yet unpleasant mix of scents, including cigarettes, piques curiosity. Serena recalls the scent from a previous encounter with a woman during an event, wondering if it's a new cigarette brand. As Serena explores the location, she prepares herself to find a person, relying on a password for access. Engaging in conversation with a man, Serena inquires about Frederick, deciding to see the broker herself after receiving no response. At a meeting with a man, Serena explains her decision to personally visit due to the lack of communication. Considering her limited options, Serena decides to leverage another name in her search for the truth. A man reacts to Serena's presence, suspecting she could be a valuable client. Approaching, Serena is politely asked what brings her to this location. She hands a man a photograph, reminding him of a person she hired him to find 2 years ago. The man acknowledges recalling the individual, having been compensated well for the task. Explaining, he mentions that those who inquired sought someone with a lethal background, leading to the introduction of a soldier. As the soldier met their criteria, actions taken during service unrelatedly aligned with their intentions. Serena notes the assignments given to Sun, suspecting his involvement. She queries if the man remembers the client who initiated contact. Laughing nervously, the man questions Serena's mention of a hire, unsure of her meaning. Affirming the man's recollection, Serena reflects privately on her upfront approach to handling matters. The man acknowledges Serena's direct demeanor, expressing ignorance of her straightforwardness. He warns that obtaining such information will incur significant costs, more than what the original client paid. Serena agrees, ready to pay the required amount. A voice interrupts, questioning whether he has the goods yet. The curtain parts to reveal another woman inquiring about the goods, hinting at additional clients. Taking note of the unexpected client, the first speaker is momentarily confused by the presence of someone new. Serena recognizes the woman as Dia, surprised by her appearance here. Dio expresses surprise at Serena's presence, inquiring if she's also purchasing goods. Serena, confused, silently questions what goods Dia refers to. Acknowledging the encounter, Serena states her intention is merely to ask questions, surprised by the coincidence following the ballerina incident. Dia proposes a private discussion with Serena, asking another person to leave briefly while Serena remains there. The man agrees to leave the two women alone while Serena prepares for the next step. In the now empty room, Serena contemplates Dia's boldness, similar to previous encounters. Dia insists on addressing each other by aliases, suggesting calling Serena by a stage name. Serena listens in silence, processing her emotions and the unfolding situation. Switching back to a car scene, Mr. Iser is observed in a low mood, a predictable reaction stemming from recent events. While Iser maintains composure, he questions the situation quietly, his face showing concern. Observing the neighborhood, an assistant wonders why Miss Serena would visit an area associated with pubs and drug dealers. A brief command is given to stop the vehicle, hinting at sudden urgency. Dia questions Iser about his foresight, wondering if he recognized potential danger during a past event. Iser admits to having no prior knowledge, simply choosing a popular item, unaware of potential significance. In a conversation with Dia, Serena mentions discovering the same person involved in different incidents, amazed at the audacity of feigned ignorance. Dia praises Sarah's previous escape, acknowledging Serena's careful planning, which remained unsuspected. Serena questions internally how she ended up in this position, recalling past bold words exchanged with Dia. She admits her personal ambitions of reviving family pride, noting Dia's status and authority. Reflecting on potentials, Serena considers the idea of living with Lainez, finding comfort in a shared dream. Serena acknowledges discomfort at the present location, accepting a suggestion to continue the conversation in a different setting. As they move, internal thoughts reveal Serena's reluctant engagement in an unexpected situation, contemplating what's to come. A voice states the intention of teaching someone something fun. Two characters quietly stand together in a dimly lit room, casting shadows as tension builds between them. One character slaps the other's hand away, displaying irritation, and asks them to stop as they're becoming bothersome. The irritated character suggests that the other can enjoy whatever it is they're planning alone and mentions they're available to talk again in the future, expressing a disappointed sentiment. The character retracts a previous statement about finding the other's antics amusing, conditional on a promise being kept, which wasn't honored. The character declares familiarity with the de Laurent standards and cuts off any future transactions or interactions, emphasizing a resolution to move on. The character vows not to assist the de Laurent family with any losses or damages in the future, making their stance clear. Another character reflects on their situation, acknowledging they've hit rock bottom and expressing helplessness against potential threats. This character considers the perceptions of outsiders regarding museums, galleries, and businesses, noting how appearances can be deceiving about the foundation's true stability. They reflect on needing decisive action for personal matters. A character inquires about future divorce plans, prompting surprise from the person questioned. The questioner bluntly mentions the marriage dilemma, suggesting separation and expressing suspicion about unfulfilled promises. The woman is surprised by how the other character discovered private information. The woman internally resolves to take control of her situation, emphasizing the need to understand business better to protect herself. The questioning character discusses their past and challenges the other with a demand to reveal their true motives for involvement. The conversation unveils a deeper inquiry into personal intentions. Continuing the revelation, the questioning character speculates on the sham marriage, highlighting discreet discussions and the reality of public appearances. The woman is speechless at the revelation and does not immediately respond. She is told her guarded demeanor is unnecessary, even though it's perceived as endearing, with an assurance to act openly. The other character proposes cooperation, suggesting if they both desire divorce, there's no need for enmity between them. The character acknowledges that the woman has become capable on her own and offers assistance to expedite the divorce process. The character inquires if such assistance would be welcomed, leaving the woman in silence. Reflecting on the possibility of divorce, the woman doubts her previous determination to pursue it wholeheartedly. The woman begins to piece things together, showing a shift in understanding. Internally, the woman realizes that the other is pretending to empathize while probing for reactions, aware that she won't accept such deceptive proposals easily. The woman thinks about the audacity of the situation, feeling incredulous. The woman reflects that the other's behavior at a past hotel event was due to the assumption of an impending divorce. She considers that separating would have meant not needing to act as a proper couple, yet questions if this lack of courtesy was a choice. Deciding to leave the conversation, the woman warns against continued interest, suggesting past affection is absent and hints at consequences if boundaries aren't respected. A new character enters the scene, introducing a shift in attention as Dia takes notice. The woman recognizes an unusual smell in the air, raising suspicions. A voice demanding an explanation for her presence adds tension to the unfolding scenario. The woman's thoughts reveal that the voice signifies anger and anticipates a severe reprimand. In a commanding tone, one character demands the other accompany them, creating an urgent atmosphere. The authoritative character physically takes the other by the hand, leading them away. The woman appears surprised by the sudden action, hinting at unexpected developments. The dominant figure questions Dia about her interactions with Serena, seeking clarification. Dia responds that their encounter was merely a conversation, internally noting unfinished business. The other character expresses disappointment and frustration. The disappointed party expresses how nothing could have made things worse, acknowledging severe disappointment but initial hope for a peaceful life. Realization hits and they criticize the unchanged lifestyle, questioning the true standards and expectations. The man asserts that personal choices aren't his concern, but warns against harming her, firmly setting a boundary. He advises against introducing others to his world, warning of becoming an enemy and questioning her place. Dia reacts with shock and hurt, questioning how Lanes could speak so harshly to her. In a flashback, Dia remembers holding his hand, linking past feelings to present confusion. The memory of holding hands evokes an unfamiliar emotion, raising doubts about previous judgments. Recalling her confidence in a rekindled relationship, she acknowledges the challenging reality of restoration. Dia, looking distressed, conveys defeat mixed with disbelief, muttering to herself. The scene shifts, showing hands as she is asked why she visited Dia, unfolding a new chapter in the inquiry. The pair stand on a staircase, tension evident, highlighting an impending serious discussion. The staircase discussion reveals speculation about the office's purpose, with the woman internally questioning her rationale. She mentions running into the other woman by chance. Concern arises about the danger of the area at night, with a rhetorical question challenging the woman's sense of safety. The woman defends herself, citing a misleading explanation as the cause of her previous visit, questioning the man's reaction. The discussion invokes a concern for her safety, questioning if the protection is mere show or preparedness for real threats. The man explains that the smell indicates an uncommon atmosphere. He reveals the dangers of underground matters and advises vigilance against hidden threats. Acknowledging his limitations, he emphasizes the need for her to manage fear and ensure her safety independently. The impact of his words causes her introspection as she begins to realize he's right, though it's emotionally challenging. Observing her change in demeanor, the man notes her unusual intimidation, encouraging her to regain composure. In a moment of solitude, the woman stands quietly, contemplating her next move. She internally agrees with his point while questioning her own feelings. Her conversation with a friend suggests possible changes in behavior influenced by Dia. The friend responds to a question unexpectedly asked, admitting they didn't receive an answer earlier, hinting at unresolved events. The woman asks for honesty, directly questioning about Iser's actions during the day. A man and a woman exit an elevator in a lavish building. The woman reflects on the man's busy day, mentioning his visit to the Graham mansion in the afternoon. A man with glasses discusses the impact of a kidnapping on the events of the morning. The man recalls a disagreement he had with someone named Sir Dustin Graham and an altercation with Victor, resulting in a bad mood. The man inquires what someone is doing and demands they move out of the way. The woman admits she should take better care of herself and intends to be cautious in unfamiliar places despite not wanting to remain sheltered forever. She expresses her determination to face troubles alone, whether or not she has protection, emphasizing her independence. She adds that she just wanted to convey these feelings to him. The man acknowledges her as a little bird who never stays in its own garden, hinting at her desire for freedom. The woman is described as a beautiful bird longing to explore beyond her constraints, regardless of how safe her surroundings may be. The narrative continues, elaborating on her desire to venture out into a bigger world, undeterred by potential threats. An ominous message warns to keep a close eye on a wife, insinuating she could be taken again just as easily as before. A man references key figures in his life, including his mother, Dia, and a lawyer he can't quite recall. He foresees harm coming to those he tries to protect, feeling things always break despite his involvement. Another voice defiantly states that they can't allow such outcomes, asserting control. The woman tries to get the man's attention, asking if he's okay and saying hello. Amidst a dark backdrop, the man is questioned if he is listening, indicating tension or distraction. A heartfelt confession emerges about a longing for freedom coupled with the desire to have a secure home to return to. He fears losing precious things. Confessing past wounds make him anxious about potential losses. The man reflects on his inability to protect those dear to him, underscoring a recurring insecurity. Determined, he resolves to sharpen his blade and fortify his defenses to better protect her. He vows to protect her with everything he has, cementing his commitment. The woman notes the difference in the man's mood, suggesting it's more intense than before. She questions why he stops, as if seeking clarity on his hesitation. The man admits he could lose control and advises her to sleep, indicating tension between them. The woman recalls being flustered by previous encounters but seems more prepared now. She refers to a previous interruption in what they were doing and implies a desire to continue. She boldly requests him to teach her the rest of the lesson now. The man internally battles with controlling his emotions, recognizing her boldness. He wonders if her words are meant to torment him, feeling conflicted. He questions the seriousness of her request, pointing out her lack of understanding. She challenges him to think before speaking, ready to learn more despite his current condition. The woman accuses him of trying to be a villain, challenging his hesitance. She insists on him being the bad guy, saying it suits him while he remains silent. The woman wonders what is stopping him and if he's still hesitating. She assures him that she's not acting on an impulse and won't regret following through. She questions if he truly doesn't want to proceed, hinting at vulnerability. The man reflects that perhaps he wasn't ready, even though he continually brings up her readiness. She feels sad about his hesitation, claiming she's prepared for whatever comes next. The man expresses a determination to act immediately, dismissing her doubt. She thinks back to their first kiss, pondering the feelings and expressions shared. She recalls moments of desire, considering if the connection began there. He is curious about her expressions during moments of pleasure, fueling his thoughts. He wonders how she'd behave and sound, considering her reactions. He imagines her soft touch stirring feelings that surpass his heartbeat. Contemplating their dynamic, he muses on her dependence and focus on him. He reflects on hypothetical scenarios, contemplating how they would look and feel. The woman notes his caresses tickling her neck, feeling strange yet engaging. He offers her a last chance to leave, making her aware of the decision. The woman teases about undoing her buttons, hinting at intimacy, assuming his consent. The man considers the extent of their actions, contemplating the implications. He speculates that she might back out if unwilling, leaving her to decide. Observing her trembling, he questions the validity of her willingness. The narrative builds to an anticipated kiss, marking a key moment. He asks if that scene answers her previous questions, confirming their connection. They share a close embrace, enhancing their bond further. The man reflects on past desires and experiences, acknowledging a shift in their dynamic. They embrace, with sentiments of longing and pursuit underscoring his thoughts. The chapter concludes, indicating unresolved tension but with a forward-looking sentiment. The narrator reflects on the first time Iser came to their room to teach. A man, dressed in a suit, expresses surprise, admitting he never imagined such circumstances. The setting is dim, and there's disbelief in the air about the activities they are engaged in. The moment recalls a second visit to the narrator's room by Iser, noting it as another significant occasion. A gentle touch leads to a ticklish sensation, creating an intimate atmosphere. The touch feels different now compared to when they were in the elevator, now more gentle and caring. The woman notices that something feels slightly different in their interaction. A hand reaches for another's, showing a gentle and deliberate connection forming between them. Iser comments on the woman's bold front despite showing nervousness, noting her sweaty hands. She responds that it would be odd if her hands weren't sweating in this situation. As Iser reaches to remove her gloves, she expresses a desire to do it herself but is told to stay still. As he touches her, she hesitantly asks him to wait, indicating a mix of discomfort and anticipation. Iser inquires whether she wants to stop, acknowledging her nervousness and confusion. Accepting her honesty, he suggests she close her eyes, assuring her that everything will be fine. He instructs her to place her hands around his neck, guiding her gently in this intimate moment. He promises to proceed slowly, focusing all his attention on her to ensure her comfort. Wherever Iser touches, there's a burning sensation that makes everything feel intensely real. Following his advice to close her eyes, her senses become clearer, amplifying the experience. Embraced by Iser, she loses herself in the moment, overcome with emotion and sensation. She feels like she has lost control, unable to do anything but cling to him tightly. Clinging to him is her only course of action, immersing herself fully in the moment they are sharing. As if giving him a signal, Iser wraps his arms around her, deepening the connection between them. The woman has a question on her mind, needing to voice it amidst their interaction. She asks if he has ever imagined being in this scenario with her before. Clarifying her question, she inquires if he has thought about touching her or being close like now. Iser reflects on her straightforward question about imagining such moments with her. He wonders why she is curious about his thoughts and feelings in this matter. With determination, she insists that she is merely curious, seeking a simple answer. She contemplates whether he has desires beyond work, wondering if he's ever thought of her in any intimate way. She questions her place in his thoughts, desiring to know if she ever crossed his mind this way. She presses him to answer her question, expressing a need for clarity in this situation. Iser apologizes, admitting he's unable to focus on anything but her in the present moment. Feeling her impatience, he's torn between her questions and the irresistible allure she exudes. She insists on a straightforward response, urging him to simply say yes or no. Iser expresses how many thoughts swarm his mind when he is with her and when he touches her. He admits to thinking about more than just the fleeting moments, hinting at deeper desires. Contemplating the depth of his desires, he assures her it's more than mere touch he's thought about. He finds her features irresistible, including her soft hair and red cheeks. Iser muses about her dimples and how even the hold on her shoulder tempts him into intimacy. Despite shyness, she finds the touches pleasant, yet rare, acknowledging a change in his demeanor. She notices a shift in his gaze, implying a deeper connection forming between them. The room's atmosphere is heavy with lingering emotions, creating a charged silence between them. In the aftermath, she thinks Iser is finally catching his breath, believing they've concluded this encounter. With hesitation, she wonders aloud if they are truly finished, questioning the pause. Iser refutes her assumption, indicating that they are only just beginning this shared moment. Iser remarks that they are merely getting started, promising more to come. The next day brings a notice of summer vacation, explaining the need for the time off due to not being in a condition to come into work. A question arises, "Are you all right?" suggesting concern for someone's well-being. A conversation unfolds between a couple. One shares they can barely lift a finger, implying exhaustion, while the other teasingly calls them a liar. It reflects their mutual feelings and dependency on each other. One character suggests they take a rest together, acknowledging the need for relaxation and companionship in their current situation. They find plenty of excuses to stay together in the mansion, highlighting their desire to remain close and enjoy each other's company during this time. In a luxurious setting, a woman observes herself in the mirror, commenting on how excessive she looks, worried about her summer appearance. She mentions considering work even on vacation, acknowledging her responsibilities. The woman, usually confident, admits feeling embarrassed by the situation's excessiveness, suggesting an impact on her usual demeanor. Her companion, unfazed, calls the view great and reminds her that she seemed to enjoy it last night, indicating shared experiences and teasing exchanges. Recalling the night, one points out that she scratched him like a kitten. Embarrassed, she suggests she should have used her lips, revealing a playful conflict between them. A playful ultimatum is issued, suggesting she stays until the marks fade, as covering them isn't an option during summer. Her shocked response suggests surprise at his suggestion. As he embraces her, she contemplates staying inside due to the visible marks. He reassures her, focusing on enjoying their time together rather than worrying about appearances. Despite everything, she insists he can think what he likes about her, internally calling him a fox, indicating his charming and sly nature. In daylight, she questions his actions and playfully tells him to stop joking around, surprised by his boldness in the morning. He encourages her to open her eyes and look around, implying a serious moment as he challenges her to see the reality they are in. She reflects on spending the day alone with Iser in her room and decides to use her parents' old bedroom starting the next day. Her parents' room is described as more spacious, with a larger bed and a small office area that suits their work needs. She acknowledges it takes bravery to enter her parents' room after the accident, indicating emotional challenges tied to the space. Despite the lingering sorrow, being with Iser gives her courage and comfort, allowing her to embrace the past with greater ease. Her desire to be with Iser and accommodate his work needs during vacation helps her move past her sorrow gradually. She loses track of time, realizing they've spent at least 4 days on the 3rd floor, reflecting a period of blissful isolation. The time they shared felt like a dream. Morning or night, regular routines blurred, highlighting a timeless connection. In the tranquility, she savors brief moments with Iser, feeling caught in a happy, unbroken bubble. The narrative reflects on how beginnings and endings lose significance, time blending seamlessly in their private world. Whether it's evening, night, or dawn, they spend time without a care for the world outside, untroubled by daily responsibilities. Not bound by time, they indulge in moments whenever they like, prioritizing their shared happiness. A blissful night scene captures them kissing, exhibiting a deep, intimate connection under the serene night sky. She reflects that perhaps there could have been more memories if they weren't limited by needing to recover. Expecting to spend time off at home wasn't initially planned, but ultimately it's fulfilling. Iser occasionally attended to work issues downstairs, yet she didn't encounter anyone else, not even Sway. She ponders Iser's unseen instructions to employees, noting their efficiency while remaining discreet. They seem to know when to come, clean, and supply fresh clothing efficiently whenever the room was vacant. Meals were also provided quietly during designated hours, keeping their stay comfortable and uninterrupted. She's amazed at how the staff manages everything unseen, jokingly likening their efficiency to that of house fairies. Even in shared spaces, they encountered no one besides each other, underscoring their secluded privacy throughout the experience. Iser's late return prompts her to organize his paperwork, though she wasn't tired due to resting earlier. Picturing a romantic scene with him, a message in her mind wonders if trying something different would help them enjoy the time remaining. Just as she contemplates, he arrives. She expresses her boredom during his absence, questioning why he returned so late. Accusing him of lying about his early return, her playful tone expresses mild annoyance. Reflecting on the day, he realizes it was wasted on work. He then decides they mustn't do any more work for the rest of vacation. He suggests taking a trip, followed by a gentle and assuring kiss, indicating his enthusiasm to make the most of their remaining time. She notes his quick movements, feeling he's unusually rough, which brings curiosity and mild concern. Taken aback, she asks him to hold on, indicating she's surprised by his sudden approach. Inquiring about her state, he notes she seems slightly upset, wanting to understand her mood better. He intends to take a shower, suggesting she wait, which seems to signal a pause in their conversation or planning. His firm instruction to wait roots a pause in their interaction. After his return, he's notably more daring than usual, pushing her limits and expressing a desire to hear her reactions. He typically prefers her vocal reactions, but this time his insistence is unprecedented, heightening the intensity. The experience draws contemplation about his influence on her, wondering why he requested her voice in this situation. Laying in bed, she reflects on being embarrassed about the visible signs of intimacy they leave for the staff to see daily. He casually acknowledges the awareness of the mansion's residents about their activities, encouraging her to get used to it. Seeing a broken vase and organized paperwork messed up again, she questions the unseen disturbances in their routine, recalling playful blame for the chaos. Their teasing banter hints at deeper affection beneath the surface issues. She embarrassingly tells him she wants to shower, suggesting he needs to allow her some personal space afterward. He suggests she can get up on her own, stating he won't move, bringing a touch of playfulness. Challenging her to rise, he teases her about getting a chance to shower if she acts quickly. She finally expresses amazement at his restraint, curious about how he managed to hold back for so long. He retorts humorously about abstinence, at which point she insists she's ready to get up, the moment filled with lighthearted banter. His actions imply more than his words, causing her to question his intentions, displaying her playfully wary attitude. Despite her learning from him, his reversion to earlier behavior suggests training, possibly indicating further lessons. Her internal monologue reveals she finds his approach unbelievable, murmuring an amused accusation of craziness. She realizes he never intended to stop from the start, questioning his intentions with a subtle blend of amusement and disbelief. She teases him about his habits as the ongoing saga seems routine by now, humor intermingled with routine affection. A conversation unfolds in a tranquil temple setting where a man asks if there's a place nearby to visit. The woman responds, surprised, asking him to repeat himself while seated across from him at a table adorned with floral decorations. The man clarifies, repeating his question about nearby places of interest, and waits for her response. The woman considers the question, pondering before suggesting the sea as a beautiful destination. She expresses admiration for the sea and mentions her desire to visit someday. The man confirms her suggestion, acknowledging the sea's allure. The woman reflects on her parents' tradition of going to the beach in the summer. She expresses a wistful desire to experience the same, yearning to visit the ocean and create her memories. She acknowledges the practicality of time, noting a car ride's length might be excessive. She considers the nearest train station as an alternative, contemplating its distance and time factors, ensuring the man understands the situation. The woman suggests discussing logistics with a manager regarding the train options, highlighting the feasibility of the trip. She encourages him to relax and seize the opportunity, hinting at a possible solution to their dilemma. Her excitement builds as she imagines the possibilities of exploration. She envisions the construction of a new hotel by the sea, complete with a convenient train station, reflecting her anticipation of the travel arrangements fitting into place. An exclamation of enthusiasm escapes as she realizes the ocean's proximity means she must plan a visit soon. Despite having seen the sea in various mediums, she underscores the distinction of witnessing its beauty in person, enhancing its appeal. The man thoughtfully acknowledges the circumstances, realizing the purpose of their trip aligns with a business venture. He finds solace in the convenience of combining business with leisure, appreciating the opportunity to explore without time constraints. She muses about the potential luxury of reserving an entire train car for their journey. The idea intrigues her as she deliberates the details of such a possibility, considering how it might ensure comfort and exclusivity in their travel plans. The man confirms her anticipation, assuring he will accompany her and emphasizing the need to adjust her schedule accordingly. He adds that informing his grandmother of their plans might be prudent, acknowledging her possible prior knowledge. Reflecting on family ties, she ponders visiting her grandmother before their departure, mindful of unresolved issues from their last meeting. She considers this a chance to mend relations before embarking on her anticipated journey. A serene moment captures her grandmother resting peacefully, symbolizing the time that has elapsed since they last connected. The woman reflects on the passage of time, contemplating how best to nurture their bond moving forward. In a different setting, tension fills the room as a concerned man questions the unexpected downturn in contract numbers. He suspects collusion, frustrated by the unprecedented refusal of agreements, seeking an explanation from his associate. The associate reports further decreases in contract numbers, noting many have signed agreements elsewhere. This revelation prompts a query about their competitors' whereabouts, surfacing suspicion about rival entities. A document is presented to the concerned man, signaling new data acquisition. They agree to scrutinize the details thoroughly, aiming to understand the situation better and evaluate the implications of the report. Reviewing the document, the man recognizes a development plan for an area called Flomarna. He considers the significance of this revelation, pondering the ambitions tied to such a large-scale project and its potential impact. The realization hits that the Serenity family is constructing a new hotel at the site. The declaration elicits surprise. As the man processes the connection between the news and familiar adversaries he must contend with. Further reports confirm extensive urban development plans, including a train station, underscoring long-term intentions. This revelation suggests methodical preparations have been underway, indicating a sophisticated strategy by their opponents. The discussion highlights the impact on pre-existing contracts, particularly those already committed to rival districts. The man questions his team's ability to manage the fallout, lamenting over their lack of resources to respond effectively. A frustrated outburst accuses rivals of exploiting negotiations, behavior uncharacteristic without motive. The speech hints at external encouragement or leverage, prompting this new aggressiveness, impacting their usual business dealings. The man estimates half of their partners might abandon them, given persuasions from adversaries. He identifies the strength of rivals' tactics and laments the appearance of new, smaller companies potentially swaying influence away from his own operations. A final point raises the ongoing concern of a bank president persistently requesting a meeting regarding liquidated damages. The discussion centers on the financial stress and implications for their business, suggesting an approaching crisis. Agitated, the man dismisses the president's concerns as an admittance of bankruptcy. He instructs to utilize resources from loan sharks, exhibiting desperation to manage their debts, despite the heavy financial burden looming over them. A subordinate proposes alleviating part of the stress by addressing the refusal of collections. The proposal implies an administrative review, prompting consideration amidst their tense discussion about financial strategies and survival. Contemplative silence prevails as they grasp the gravity of liquidity issues. They acknowledge the mortgages leveraging most of their assets, troubled by the realization that current tactics might not suffice slightly longer against the mounting financial pressure. A plea on professional matters underscores urgency as their situation deteriorates. The subordinate describes the mortgaged reality of their holdings, emphasizing the acute need to salvage affairs responsibly before matters worsen irreparably. The conversation continues with strategic musings, proposing whether an internal investigation would reveal leaks to their rivals. They suspect Serenity of possessing sensitive information, raising concerns over confidentiality breaches. The man reflects on the extent of Serenity's knowledge, speculating about deliberate leaks escalating their issues. The identification of an internal saboteur becomes imperative, hinting at treacherous collaboration complicating their crisis. Recollections of former personnel emerge, considering adversarial actions as a catalyst. Personal reflections on potential betrayals heighten the sense of urgency to address the encroaching threats jeopardizing their stability. Acknowledgement of past failings persists, contemplating the intelligence exploited by adversaries. The man grapples with the exposure of vulnerabilities, attributing their setbacks to a collective historical oversight now manifesting into amplified issues. Despite setbacks, the betrayal of intricate knowledge remains apparent. The recognition of weaknesses adds pressure to address and reform strategic plans, acknowledging the necessity of overcoming adversarial insight that once benefited their operations. Distress overshadows thoughts as he grapples with controlling their predicament. The man recognizes the desperation to pivot their current situation, striving for a strategic turnaround amid overwhelming odds. On a different note, a man notes receiving a contact from an unspecified source. The revelation follows efforts to arrange a meeting, acknowledging accomplishments achieved through the influence or delivery of certain undisclosed items. A moment of suspense builds as a mysterious individual finally decides to unveil themselves. Their presence hints at unresolved interactions, beckoning curiosity about their intentions lingering at the edges of this unexpected encounter. 2 years prior, an assignment led an individual to immerse within Serena's environments, tasked with acquiring confidential documentation. Their mission extended to vigilant observation, ensuring oversight of Serena's ongoing business activities. Surveillance continued with periodic nudges to ensure item procurement remained within target deadlines. The responsibility for maintaining observation persisted, aligning with an overarching strategy prioritizing these sensitive objectives. In a reflective moment, a leader within the organization amidst monitoring responsibilities. Their role facilitated oversight, continually adjusting observations as dictated by unfolding circumstances driving their behavior. An enigmatic figure lurks at the locale's perimeter, shrouded in anonymity. Their approach hints at a revelation in dialogue, yet underlying intentions remain elusive, enticing curiosity about their forthcoming discourse. A man introduces himself to the mysterious figure, recognizing they bear the alias Mr. Frederick. This encounter signifies an unfolding narrative, introducing a new dimension to the dynamics within preceding arrangements. A revelation of identity surfaces as the mysterious figure declares themselves Dia DeLauren. The formal introduction marks an important narrative pivot, augmenting the intrigue surrounding their interactions. The narrative shift suggests the context of a vacation reaching its final day. The setting introduces an introspective moment, acknowledging the approaching closure of a chapter within the ongoing storyline. A transition occurs as Serena is informed about dinner availability, presumably after a period of beauty relaxation. Observations note a newfound vibrancy, hinting at a transformative journey reflective of personal development. Serena contemplates a common saying connecting love and beauty. She muses over its legitimacy, momentarily considering how affections might influence one's external allure, suggesting introspection on her experiences. Information conveyed suggests Isa stepped out earlier, prompting Serena to anticipate a solitary meal. There's an internal resolution to proceed regardless. Her mind acknowledges the distinctive path within their remaining vacation. A brief exchange provides reassurance of accompaniment following brief office duties. Serena requests a delay, assuring completion of pending tasks before departing, her assistant affirming the sentiment with patience. Serena ponders the scene awaiting her at the envisioned seascape, contemplating imminent departures. She imagines the serene setting as she arranges loose ends needed for completion before fully embracing their travel aspirations. Inspecting a drawer laden with documents, curiosity guides her exploration within. As pages scatter, their contents begin to unravel an unexpected discovery within her premises, a development she had not anticipated coming across. Papers flutter to the floor, catching Serena's attention as one stands distinct from the rest. Her scrutiny intensifies, accompanied by mounting curiosity about the significance of its revelation and implications that follow. Engaged by the document's unexpected nature, she hesitates, beckoning a deeper examination. The contents hint at revelations hidden within their essence, guiding Serena to question the unfolding narrative surrounding these papers. The revelation emerges, disclosing a divorce certificate bearing names Serena and Azer. The document's existence weighs heavily, marking a critical narrative junction with impactful personal and relational implications. The scene transitions to Ian's residence, implying a change in setting with a view of a tranquil sky. A vehicle approaches through the open gates of a grand estate, prompting someone to question who the visitor could be. Inside, conversation stirs curiosity about Lady Serena, who hasn't visited the place in 4 years. Lady Serena is warmly welcomed as she steps inside, showcasing her graceful presence and sense of authority. Engaging in conversation, Lady Serena remarks on the long absence, while inquiring about her grandmother's whereabouts. Lady Serena is informed that Lord Ian is resting in her bedroom and she expresses her wish to see him. Determined, Lady Serena decides to go alone, showing her resolve as she ascends the staircase. A voice calls out to Lady Serena, asking her to wait a moment, signaling urgency from someone. The butler catches up with Lady Serena, urging her to pause before proceeding further. Lady Serena questions another person about the current situation, wondering what someone is doing at the moment. There's a contemplation about whether to reveal Lord Ian's condition, as they were instructed to keep it from Lady Serena for the time being. Lady Serena feels hurt by the secrecy, pondering if she is treated as an outsider to her own grandmother. In response, Lady Serena displays a sense of betrayal, questioning how dare they keep her in the dark. An elder addressing Lady Serena seems to be the bearer of news concerning Lord Ian. Explanation follows about Lord Ian taking strong medication and the importance of allowing him restful sleep. Lady Serena decides to wait and inquires about the expected time Lord Ian may wake up. In response to Selena's expression of concern, it's mentioned that Lord Ian's current condition cannot withstand stress and any meeting might be harmful. There is a suggestion to convey her message or arrange a call instead, but Lady Serena insists on speaking in person. The conversation continues with concern over Lord Ian's drug therapy, emphasizing his vulnerability to stress. A recommendation is made for Lady Serena to wait until Lord Ian completes his treatment before seeing him. Lady Serena asks about the severity of Lord Ian's illness and is assured that they're doing their best for him. Focus shifts to divorce papers discovered in the morning, naming the husband as Iser Lyranes Gryan and the wife as Selena Serenity. Lady Serena reflects on her hope that her grandmother might know something about the papers, noting her intent to question her first about them. Thoughts drift to a past suggestion she made regarding staying together if things became difficult, pondering old conversations. The details of the divorce papers come into question, mentioned as politically motivated and merely guidelines left at Iser's discretion. Recollections surface about speculations on whether abandonment was being planned, feeling deceived by Iser's actions. Lady Serena recalls being told the timing of her return was pre-planned, equating it with a betrayal masked behind noble intentions. The sense of betrayal grows deeper, connecting the orchestrated divorce with her own suspicions. A different figure enters the scene and addresses Selena, adding tension to the unfolding narrative. The character reports Selena skipped lunch or dinner, prompting contemplation about the reasons behind her choice. Selena silently attributes her actions to reasons linked with the person she holds responsible. Memories trace back to past events, evoking notions of nostalgia and sentiment associated with the character's steps. Sentiments tied to romantic moments and gestures resurface, intensifying emotional conflict due to a present sensation of loss. As emotions escalate, the difficulty of an imposed marriage contrasts with the imposed notion of divorce, coloring Selena's thoughts. The divorce forced upon her is perceived as more humiliating than the marriage, her thoughts pulling towards memories of the person every day. Imagery of their signature scent and voice ingrains in Selena's senses, each sound imprinting deeply within her. Selena reminiscences about their touch, having become accustomed not just physically but emotionally. Despite intimate moments, the specter of departure juxtaposes quiet serenity, echoing silently within. The narrative grips with notions of attempting departure without consent, stirring unvoiced tension. Selena processes events with an underlying sentiment of indignation, questioning audacity they're showing. Internal reflection notes the unexpected turn of events, wishing the true reasons were disclosed earlier. Rationality seems delayed amidst emotional complexity, speaking to the disarray of understanding. Queries about Selena's anger surface, although the person is left guessing her motives given her silence. As tension rises, the mention of divorce papers causes a pivotal focus in Selena's response. Selena probes the reality of the situation, directly confronting the possibility of actual separation. A pointed question arises about the intent behind the act of seeking divorce, posing a significant inquiry. The confirmation comes, resolutely shutting down any uncertainty about the veracity of the situation. A man leans closely towards a woman, creating a tense atmosphere. She reflects on something profound, pondering whether something was a joke and acknowledging the gravity of an oath. The interaction between the man and woman continues as she reflects on the man's nature, considering him to still be a bad person. The woman confronts the man about his attitude, noting that he brushes off people's feelings like dust. The man appears contemplative, suggesting that her presence is bothersome for him. The woman expresses her frustration with the situation, stating that it feels like a bad joke that never ends and demands to know the truth behind his actions. She picks up a knife and contemplates its sharpness, suggesting a moment of decision or danger. Her perspective shifts as she reacts with surprise to something off-screen. The man questions if the issue at hand could be related to her grandmother, sparking a sudden anxious thought within himself. The woman expresses a gut feeling that there might be a connection to her grandmother's deal. She seeks answers with a determined mindset, probing the man's knowledge on the matter. The man confirms that there was indeed a link to her grandmother's actions and agrees that the situation aligns with her concerns. The man explains that their marriage was proposed by her grandmother and the condition set was dissolution, hinting at a larger arrangement behind their relationship. The woman is caught in thought, reflecting on the ramifications the agreement had on her family, as it was her grandmother's plan. A mature woman articulates the nature of a deal, acknowledging her precarious position while maintaining the formality of their transaction. She stresses the deep personal value of protecting her precious granddaughter. The woman emphasizes to the young master that though she values her family, her granddaughter's welfare is paramount, reflecting a heartfelt plea disguised as a business transaction. Her motivation for securing the family's future is driven by preserving their last bloodline and protecting her granddaughter. She reveals that divorce is her ultimate safety net to secure her granddaughter's future, a plan to preserve her at all costs. The man acknowledges the conditions, understanding the need to protect and preserve the granddaughter's safety. He's tasked with managing these stakes cautiously. The man assures the woman of his understanding, being reminded of the condition to protect the family and manage affairs discreetly while keeping familial bonds intact. She explains once the promised time arrives, all conditions will be fulfilled, hinting at a temporary arrangement meant to safeguard their secret. The man agrees to comply with the woman's request, demonstrating his willingness to adhere to the established conditions. While managing the family, the man assures that he won't interfere unless necessary, establishing trust. Any suspicious harm to the granddaughter will trigger an immediate divorce. The man accepts the conditions with a sense of duty. The mature woman adds that a detailed contract will follow, and she jestingly acknowledges her stringent disposition. She expresses relief in the mutual understanding of their love for the granddaughter and explains that these measures are meant to secure her future after the grandmother's passing. Reflecting on hypotheticals, the grandmother states that if alive, certain conditions would be moot and reveals openness to reevaluate if mutual feelings develop between the young couple. The grandmother shares a parting sentiment, encouraging further consideration. She hints at her impending absence and centers her focus on ensuring the grandchildren are secure without her. She conveys that had everything been clarified from the beginning, her anxiety could have been avoided and questions the deliberate secrecy kept from her. The man explains it was the grandmother's decision to keep contract details hidden throughout their marriage and subsequent divorce proceedings, emphasizing the intention behind the secrecy. Conflicted, the woman questions why she consistently remains uninformed about matters that directly affect her, expressing frustration over being kept in the dark. The man questions if having full knowledge from the start would have led her to evolve into who she is today, leaving space for introspection. The woman is left pondering the idea of how different outcomes might have been, contemplating her potential growth if she knew the full story from the outset. She considers that her relationship with her grandmother might not have deteriorated as much had she been privy to all details, noting a possible turning point. A reflection on her memories suggests that understanding the history with the Grayson family might have caused shifts in her perceptions and interactions with Alex. Her past memories involve a sense of clarity and introspection, leading her to commit to finding truth and focus on self-improvement despite the complicated family dynamics. The duo's shared resolve leads to the creation of Sarah, a symbol representing their unity in navigating the challenges imposed by familial expectations. The woman's ongoing effort at the hotel reflects her determination, driven by the anticipation of preservation threatened by looming obligations. Secure in her professional qualifications, she contemplates pursuing a confident divorce, viewing the move as her necessary escape from previous constraints. Realizing that inevitable divorce made her struggle more meaningful highlights her acceptance of the end, framed by her grandmother's influence. She acknowledges her persistence, speculating on her grandmother's thoughts that influenced her decisions, appreciating the depth of what had seemed inevitable. During an earnest confrontation, she accuses the man of withholding knowledge, expressing disbelief and seeking clarity regarding his stance in their marriage. Resolute in his intentions, the man confirms his pursuit of divorce is by his choice, independent of previous familial agreements. He boldly asserts his desire for the divorce, brushing aside any association with past deals, expressing ownership over his decision. The conversation leads to a finalized plan for submitting the divorce papers to court, anticipated to conclude after the mandatory mediation period in the near future. She struggles to grasp his motivations, questioning the authenticity behind his renewed stance on desiring the divorce. He firmly reiterates his previous assertion, leaving no room for doubt, emphasizing his choice with confidence. Her query probes if there's more to discuss, yet the silence remains, suggesting the weight of unspoken words between them. The man is left contemplating her reaction, hoping to convey intentions despite the impact it may have on their connection. Witnessing her composed exit leaves him contemplating deeper than anticipated. understanding that her unexpected response carries unspoken complexities. Reflecting on heartfelt memories tied to his family, he questions the endurance of traditions and friendships tested by time. He faces the realization that solidarity he once cherished has slipped away, leaving only solitude in its place. The emptiness settles in, standing alone amidst the room, symbolizing an unexpected culmination of personal endeavors and relationships. This disposition was ingrained in him from a young age as he learned to manage the family business. He had a particular way of dealing with people, eliminating those he deemed unnecessary. Even as a child, his dislike for someone didn't manifest openly. If someone angered Azer, he would simply avoid interacting with them instead of confronting directly. His strategy was to quietly distance himself from such people rather than engage in unnecessary conflicts. However, if boundaries were crossed, Azer had a different approach. He would stay close, like a wolf waiting for the right moment to strike, ensuring a swift and decisive move to eliminate the threat. When he departed from the family, he did so without causing any commotion, vanishing quietly and suddenly. Initially, it seemed he had retreated from everything he'd fought for. Although his silence was unnerving, there was a belief that challenging the Grayans alone wouldn't lead to any substantial effect. Reports later emerged about his marriage into the Serenity family, a decision that initially seemed to diminish interest in his actions. Upon learning of Azer's marriage, surprise and skepticism arose about his motives. It was unclear whether he had given up or lost his mind, but the assumption was he would lead a life away from the spotlight. Over time, it became evident that Azer was strategically planting traps in Artiazen, a critical business area. This was a deliberate move to constrict resources and destabilize his opponents covertly. Azer gradually tightened control over Artiazen, leveraging his marriage to disrupt business operations and financial stability, thus unsettling those who underestimated him as a mere strategist. The clever manipulation of the Serenity family as a tool for deeper infiltration highlighted Azer's cunning mind, effectively altering perceptions about his role and intentions. This led to perceptions of Azer as a fearsome, intimidating figure. Yet, even amidst such acknowledgments, a resolution emerged. Azer assumed the headship of Serenity and began using his intimate knowledge of the family to create obstacles in business dealings. Nonetheless, solutions to these issues are often within reach. In response to ongoing challenges, one character resolved to rally all their legal support discreetly behind the courthouse, preparing for potential confrontations. A concern arose regarding Azer's possession of key documents post-departure. Plans were made to utilize these against him by accusing sabotage. During discussions, doubts surfaced about securing compensation, with fears that succeeding might not allow forward progress. Strategies were devised to maneuver through these complexities. Despite the difficulties anticipated in claiming compensation, a resolve to persist was clear. The situation was seen as a starting point, with aspirations of overtaking Serenity's assets entirely. Beyond business gains, there was consideration of acquiring Serenity's artworks. These could be transferred to ally collections, aiding broader economic strategies. Taking over Serenity's assets equated to kingdom-level consolidation, alleviating past burdens of debt and financial predators in this vision of expansive control. New maneuvers aimed at operational shifts, waiting patiently for an opportune moment to initiate critical actions as evening set in. An unexpected encounter occurred in front of a grand structure, where a woman asked about the state of affairs, highlighting an existing confusion over the unfolding events. Amidst these developments, the conversation segued into expressions of frustration shared between two characters as they contemplated the future. There was a sense of exasperation, with the male character confiding in Dia about the intricate complications they faced, seeking understanding. Dia questioned the necessity of witnessing ongoing events, proposing alternative actions like reporting to authorities instead. The concerns over public rumors emerged, with worries that taking direct action could complicate prospects, potentially leading to expulsion. The characters ruminated over reputational implications such escalations might have, weighing possible repercussions the exposure might bring. The aim was clear: to achieve expulsion deliberately in a tidy manner. The character acknowledged their intentions to leave on their terms. Earlier sentiments emphasized a desire for a quiet departure. Trust was placed in others to ensure the process went according to plan. Despite a potential title of expelled, The prospect of a future marriage promised stability and support for the character's family, providing reassurance. Dia's inquiry about the future husband revealed underlying assumptions regarding imminent alliances and further aligned interests. The notion suggested both families' business synergies made the marriage a logical step. This offered control over one family's influence while fostering growth. The offer extended collaborative paths for both families, ensuring debts would be managed, thus encouraging partnership and stability. An absence of words followed, portraying a moment of reflection or uncertainty about the unfolding dialogues and their implications. Inside the office, movement ensued with a character approaching a senior figure, Lord Victor, indicating a pending discussion. Within the dialogue, a proposal to change marriage partners was made, suggesting deeper negotiations and reconsiderations of alliances. In response, surprise and confusion were evident, querying the intentions behind such a significant request for change. The character expressed awareness of earlier marriage discussions and noted a deeper conviction in pursuing different matrimonial arrangements. Despite an aversion to the exchange proposed earlier, there was an acknowledgement of its necessity, preferring younger brother Dustin over Victor. The thought of parental approval lingered, speculating whether Dustin would permit the marriage with the second son. Past knowledge highlighted how Dustin maintained his standing, suggesting a new marriage would necessitate delay, hopefully to their benefit. Determination shown through intentions to handle the situation, asking only for the father's support as an assurance. An inquiry from the father sought understanding behind these desires, probing deeper connections to younger Azer as a prospective partner. Affirmation followed, admitting personal feelings played a role. Azer's capabilities were seen as advantageous compared to another named Victor. Acknowledgement of Azer's superior virtues and abilities suggested a consolidated position could embarrass Victor, elevating Azer's family standing. Despite prior refusal, it appeared Victor had not completely opposed the marriage prospect in their last discussions, raising further confusion. The daughter's fear and dislike for Victor were openly admitted, harboring feelings that would steer decisions to avoid his presence entirely. Resolving to distance from Serenity entailed navigating through the family dynamics, contemplating disengagement potentials amidst a structured system. Concerns voiced about Serenity invited evaluations of ongoing partnerships, necessitating strategic maneuvers as they considered future alignments. Discussions at the meeting table led to evaluating external supports, addressing dire situations and strengthening their positions. It was acknowledged that some families found themselves estranged from alliances, presenting opportunities to forge fresh connections within this intricate web. Character mobilization prompted discretion in reaching influential families, preparing to enlist aid from key figures for imminent developments. A message was sent to gather influential family heads discreetly, extending an urgent invitation to disclose upcoming plans and strengthen alliances. Azer's confrontation was anticipated, with firm declarations of resilience against his perceived machinations, asserting the family's enduring strength. The tension built towards a resolution, reinforcing resolve to face existing disputes head-on, ebbs and flows predicted in strategic calculation. As dialogue unfolded, engagements with an advisor explored past events, unearthing realizations significant to the broader familial context. Questions were posed regarding past retreat strategies, emphasizing previous undercurrents that hinted at deeper intentions now made explicit. Tensions rose with the realization of Azer's calculated planning, demanding decisive outcomes against his systematic destabilization, challenging to reproduce. Amid asserting dominance, closer interactions revealed underlying intentions and identified possible perspectives aimed at a mutual understanding amidst power shifts. Reflections surfaced on the past choices, revealing holdings that remained unresolved. A pivotal moment unfolded, weighing personal relationships against historical foundations. A brief confrontation arose, challenging motives, highlighting past pursuits against interpersonal dynamics vital to forthcoming strategic executions. The legacy remained pivotal, underpinning a shared responsibility to uphold cherished values while navigating transformation demands that evolved within critical alliances. As discussions reached a culmination, future aspirations were considered, bridging personal commitments with broader family objectives, expertly navigating relational complexities. With affirmations, mutual understandings were tentatively affirmed, seeking to navigate broad arrangements within the envisioned structured future. As the bigger picture unfolded, explore potential marital expectations, touching upon aspirations to influence future family business outcomes. A character introduces herself with a playful greeting, urging viewers to support the broadcast for a smoother experience, and signs off with a cheerful enjoy. A man reflects on the potential reactions of Victor if Manhwa Grayan takes a hit because of him, knowing Victor will likely use it as an excuse to act against Serenity. He acknowledges that he might be the initial target due to the circumstances, but he's confident that, regardless of Victor's actions, no significant harm will be inflicted. He realizes the issue lies elsewhere. The setting shifts to the royal palace behind Grayan, where it's clear Jongri cannot openly confront his father, hinting at a complex power dynamic at play. There's a possibility that his father or Victor might collaborate with the Prime Minister, leading to a bigger conflict. Serenity's strength, no matter how considerable, wouldn't suffice against this threat. He recalls a promise with Iansa and concludes that for Serenity's safety, it would be wise to sever ties cleanly and distance himself for the time being. He considers the unfortunate timing of the divorce, wondering if it aligns with Iansa's scheme, yet recognizes its necessity. The man is momentarily distracted by the familiar scent of soap, which holds some significance to him. Again, the fragrance of soap makes an impression on him, possibly evoking memories or connections. In the corridor, after assessing his lengthy night in the office, another figure suggests it might be time for a role reversal, hinting at a change in their dynamic. The man advises the other person to prioritize personal rest and not worry excessively about others, presenting a concern for their well-being. The woman confronts him in the hallway, questioning the authenticity of the divorce and whether he genuinely desires it. He insists that the divorce must proceed, conveying a sense of inevitability or obligation. She seeks clarification on his reasoning, dismissing the possibility of it being a promise-related decision, suggesting deeper motivations concerning Acer exist. Frustration builds in her as she voices her emotional turmoil over the impending divorce. She questions the fairness of leaving everything behind and its implications. She voices her anger over the prospect of abandonment, questioning if she meant anything to him, while he internally struggles with guilt over these accusations. In a moment of confrontation, she steps closer, challenging his intentions and questioning whether he will try to improve the situation. She calls him a bad kid in a burst of emotion, gripping his shirt, conveying deep-seated hurt and frustration. He listens as she explains the courage needed to open herself, considering them both as terrible people for the choices that led to this moment. She elaborates on the personal significance of sharing intimate spaces, emphasizing the commitment it represented and the emotional cost of sharing what belonged to her parents. She continues to question the meaning of their shared space and what it truly represented, indicating a deeper emotional investment than mere cohabitation. She agonizes over returning to her former room, expressing how the separation makes her miserable, underscoring the impact of their choices. The man contemplates the timing of Grayan's next move, as they will soon act aggressively towards him, from targeting the hotel to personal attacks. He predicts Grayan's steps, targeting him, the hotel, the mansion, and ultimately her, labeling her as the main target and hostage in the conflict. She dismisses his caution, refusing to be afraid, and questions why she should calmly accept the threats, showing her defiance. He reassures her that she won't be in danger and vows to uphold his promise to Iansa, stating that's why the divorce is essential. She declares her unwillingness to return home, asserting her determination and refusing to back down. The man concedes to her anger, acknowledging her determination and the broader implications of their issues, not solely personal. She agrees to the divorce, expressing anger over the dissolution of their marriage, but admits she can endure the shame for a final time under one condition. She requests one promise from him before parting ways, hinting at a final plea or condition needed to accept their separation. A man asks the woman he is holding to make him a promise before she leaves, hinting at emotions and intentions that weigh heavily. The woman expresses her feelings, mentioning how seeing the man's face with folded arms always made her feel uneasy. She says she doesn't want to be too anxious. Holding each other, a request is made to ensure that they will still meet each other in the future. The thought arises that it would be pleasant if such a future could happen, suggesting a longing for continuity. The man says Serena, indicating a close relationship, and he tells her that the matter they face is not simple. The woman acknowledges the complexity of their situation, understanding that the solution isn't straightforward. Reflecting on their relationship, the man mentions that their divorce will likely be a hot topic in the kingdom, and they will be under scrutiny for some time. Walking together, he continues to explain the consequences of their actions after the divorce and the potential danger to Serena and the hotel. Holding her hands, he emphasizes his responsibility to ensure her safety, stating his duty. He recalls the promise he made to Ian, reaffirming his commitment as her husband. He declares that this will be the last thing he does for her, showing resolution in his decision. Serena comes to a full understanding of her grandmother's and Iser's plans, realizing the broader strategy. She reflects on her understanding of the past, acknowledging the intent behind saving her family and isolating her from their circle. Though she understands the reasoning, Serena admits her anger, questioning if this path is truly the best option. She continues to question the risk to her family and the employees, challenging the implications of their plans. The man points out that Serena also wanted to protect what she holds dear, drawing a parallel to his intentions. He considers a more drastic option to eliminate Victor, questioning if that aligns with what she wants. He acknowledges Serena's struggle and asks for her patience, understanding the difficulty. He reassures her that their enemies will eventually collapse, and there should be no excuse to delay their actions in the meantime. He repeats that there should be no excuse in the meantime, emphasizing urgency until the situation changes. As they embrace, Serena wonders why becoming a normal couple with Iser is so challenging, even as she acknowledges her feelings. After confronting her emotions and the difficulties they faced, she still finds herself crying, puzzled by her lingering sadness. Serena longs for simple moments together, pondering why such simplicity is elusive. Lying awake, she feels overwhelmed by anxiousness and unable to find rest. She reflects on the situation, considering the trust placed in those responsible for her burdens and responsibilities. Acknowledging her grandmother's intentions to protect her, Serena senses an underlying issue that troubles her. Despite understanding the circumstances, she feels frustration and anger, questioning her passive role due to malevolent individuals. Gazing out, Serena remembers that Iser always chooses safe paths, yet she desires alternative solutions. Serena resolves to find another way, willing to abandon her efforts if success eludes her. She contemplates meeting with her grandmother to discuss her newfound knowledge and the deal with Iser. Iser reflects on their conversation, recalling how he tried to convey his understanding of her feelings, yet feels uneasy. He ponders whether Serena will choose another path, hinting at her determination and resolve. Iser resolves to speak with her again, indicating unfinished matters needing discussion. He approaches Serena's door, wondering if she is asleep, suggesting a moment of contemplation and care. The room appears empty, with Iser questioning Serena's whereabouts, indicating concern. A quiet moment follows, as the scene shifts to a tranquil setting, reflecting anticipation. Alarm is raised among attendants who note Serena's unexpected arrival, suggesting urgency. Serena confronts a closed door, demanding it be opened, insisting on her determination and purpose. A butler responds with an apology, explaining Mrs. Ian is asleep, trying to maintain order. Serena challenges the butler's explanation, suspecting there is more to the situation than he admits. Reflecting inwardly, Serena resolves to see for herself, questioning her relationship with those inside. Asserting herself, Serena insists on seeing the truth, commanding the butler to step aside. She firmly warns the butler to open the door immediately or face consequences, displaying her resolve. The butler hesitates, caught between duty and Serena's insistence as she maintains control. The butler yields, agreeing to open the door, conceding to Serena's pressure. A person reflects on seeing someone in deep pain for the first time, recounting the acute sadness and confusion experienced from witnessing such a moment. The reflection emphasizes the impact of that experience on the observer, who recalls advice from a grandmother as pivotal. In a somber scene, an elderly woman in a bed is tended to by attendants. A concerned lady rushes in, reacting with alarm as she takes in the situation. Her anxious demeanor highlights her concern for the elderly woman's condition. A man gently, yet firmly, asks Lady Selena to step outside, informing her that they will handle the situation and provide explanations later. He emphasizes the need for her to move to prevent any interference with ongoing matters. Lady Selena urgently inquires about her grandmother, clearly distressed by the situation. She receives a concerned response, signaling that something significant is amiss, arousing her immediate attention and worry. An apologetic butler, upon Lady Selena's arrival, takes quick action to have her escorted outside. The scene involves a swift intervention to manage the situation while ensuring that Lady Selena is removed from the immediate stress. There is an acknowledgement of potential challenges among the staff, with a conversation noting a significant problem at hand. The staff is uncertain about the next steps, indicating the seriousness of the situation. A man firmly holds Lady Selena's hand, reiterating his command for her to leave. His stern demeanor underscores the seriousness of his request, signaling urgency and authority in managing the unfolding circumstances. The man, maintaining a gentle grasp, reassures Lady Selena, drawing her closer. He invites her to come with him, implying an offer of comfort or safety amidst the chaos of the situation. Outside, a tense atmosphere surrounds as characters discuss directives. A disclosure about Lady Ian's explicit instructions reveals a strong insistence on particular actions, showing the gravity of familial decisions. A figure explains that Lady Ian's orders were given out of concern, indicating the need for caution. Despite being informed multiple times, Lady Ian remained firm in her decision, highlighting her determination and protective intentions. The situation is explained with regret, noting Lady Ian's desire to shield others from witnessing stressful events. Apologies are conveyed, recognizing the difficulty of excluding busy individuals from important insights. Updates on recurring seizures since an accident 5 years ago are shared. Medications are described as efforts to manage the condition, indicating a delicate balance between reducing symptoms and avoiding bodily stress. While the immediate risk to life is minimal, ongoing monitoring is emphasized due to the person's age. This cautious approach aims to ensure well-being in light of previous medical incidents. It's suggested that psychological factors, possibly linked to an accident 5 years ago, might be affecting the condition. Experts are actively consulting to manage it, underscoring the complexity and multifaceted nature of such issues. An individual expresses deep regrets for the stress caused. Reassurances are given about active medical efforts and the sincerity of intentions, urging trust in the recovery process and emphasizing expert care. Lady Selena hesitantly accepts moments of solitude, regards her next steps. Meanwhile, a vigilant observer is seen contemplating, perhaps pondering future actions or awaiting further developments. Instructions highlight the need to address any emergencies promptly, with Lord Iser emphasizing the importance of immediate responses. Its urgency suggests a heightened state of preparedness. During an evening walk, a character drops an object, distracted momentarily. An encounter occurs where a conversation reaffirms the importance of staying grounded amidst unforeseen developments. Concerns are raised about the unfamiliar direction taken by Selena, who might not know where she is headed. Inner thoughts urge her to remain composed, reminding her of her grandmother's stable condition. A character persuades Selena to focus on the present by prompting her to look at him, offering a grounding influence during a moment of distress. His calm presence serves to refocus her attention. Although it was too dark to see clearly, it's noted that she has cried a lot. This moment captures an emotional depth, implying a heavy burden or emotional release tied to previous events. Selena expresses being heartbroken, overwhelmed by sadness. Her words convey deep emotional turmoil, a sense of despair about the ongoing situation along with personal anguish. Memories reflect on the grandma's persistent influence, always viewed as a heroic figure. The narrator ponders the intensity of these feelings, considering a deeper connection and the reasons behind them. Even in sorrow after losing family, thoughts never dwelled on the grandma's vulnerability. She, despite seeming strong, is acknowledged as human, hinting at a newfound appreciation for her cries for her own mother. The grandma, amidst distress, calls out a name with longing. The reflection questions personal focus on self-pain, realizing neglect in understanding the grandma's struggles, wishing for better empathy. The internal monologue reveals regret for ignoring grandma's pain and a wish to have been more understanding. It suggests a yearning for wisdom and maturity in dealing with familial matters. There's a brief admission of maturity lacking in past behaviors, contemplating how a more thoughtful approach could have been taken. This realization points to personal growth aspirations. Memories flash back to a shared day, evoking reflections on past events in the same place. The juxtaposition of past and present draws a parallel to ongoing familial connections and shared experiences. Nostalgia strikes while considering a past phone conversation. Physical absence is noted, heightening the sense of longing and reflection, particularly on unspoken understanding and shared bonds. Despite their complexities, her protective measures caused resentment but were born out of necessity. This coping approach, while isolating, aimed to safeguard and prioritize cherished relationships. Isolation stemming from these decisions is acknowledged, recognizing loneliness as a consequence. A condition involving divorce emerges as a potential tool for maintaining boundaries, evoking contemplation on familial preservation. An elder reflects on legacy and the familial bond with a granddaughter cherished above all. Divorce is contemplated as a safety net to protect her, showing the depth of care and prioritization of family over personal desires. The narrative shifts to a scene where an offer of a drink symbolizes a rare indulgence. A decision on its disposal marks a moment of contemplation, perhaps symbolizing a choice to let go or change. A tender embrace occurs amid thoughts of adjustments, pondering the impact of future revelations. This reflects anticipations of outcomes and the expectation of emotional response to forthcoming truths. Advice is shared regarding health and emotional well-being. The emphasis on maintaining physical wellness suggests a way to avoid emotional disturbances that might affect relationships. A transition to a future setting occurs, revealing a diligent working environment. A gesture of gratitude for late work marks an acknowledgement of efforts beyond expectations in a professional context. A conversation between two individuals centers on concerns of restlessness and commitment to promptness. This discussion reflects ongoing dedication amidst an environment requiring attentiveness. An urgent announcement breaks the calm, directing attention to Lord Iser as an unexpected situation with sway arises. This sudden call to action shifts the focus to immediate priorities. The urgency heightens with an exclamation emphasizing the need for immediate attention from Lord Iser. This alarm suggests a pressing issue demanding swift involvement. The startling revelation that Lady Serena is missing induces surprise and concern. The unexpected news signals an urgent need to search and understand the situation, igniting a new flurry of activity. A man questions what he just heard, asking for clarification about what was meant by someone being gone. A woman explains that someone disappeared after leaving the hotel, providing details that she left through the back entrance but didn't show up at the car. She inquires if anything unusual happened that day. Another person confirms that the woman came to work as usual, mentioning that a manager reported she worked without issues at the hotel. Additional details emerge about the woman's departure, noting she mentioned she'd be away for a while. The concierge was asked to get her a coat, bag, hat, and boots. The woman expresses relief that it doesn't seem like someone kidnapped her. Although it's unprecedented for her to disappear like this, she wonders where the woman could have gone on her own, while a man reflects on the situation. The man decides to investigate further, instructing others to report anything and subsequently dismisses them, allowing them to leave. He reflects on the woman's behavior after a visit to a mansion, noticing her deteriorating condition and changes in her eating habits. She spends time idly in her annex room, which raises concerns. He speculates whether recent distressing events were overwhelming for her. A woman appears contemplative, thinking about running away and showing her hands clenching or releasing tension. The man ponders why she would leave and questions her decision, indicating he's been trying to find answers for a while without success. Inside an office, a woman confirms the accuracy of information about some documents which were duplicated and filed, ensuring she obtained a copy. There is a sudden surprise about a divorce between Azer and Serena, raising questions about the abrupt nature of the announcement. The woman questions whether the two have been honest with each other, indicating an inner turmoil about admitting the truth. She's been feeling increasingly jealous, with the news of the divorce catching her off guard, leaving her confused about what to feel. Victor suddenly enters, scaring her and leading her to acknowledge his presence. The woman seeks an explanation for the unexpected situation she finds herself in. Victor states his purpose of borrowing items from a museum, planning to leave shortly after. A conversation ensues about the reason behind borrowing items, with an adamant refusal to divulge motives, leaving out personal information as much as possible. Frustration grows as the woman insists on needing to know more about the borrowed items due to professional reasons, wondering when her tribulations with Grayan will end. Victor assures her about providing replicas if originals can't be returned, leaving the woman curious about his new professional associations. He remarks on how quickly news travels, suggesting there's no hiding anything from curious ears. The woman feels there's no avoiding awareness of upcoming events due to certain influential circles. Historical information unfolds about the 8 houses and the Serenity family, noting their origins as allies. Their relationship soured due to malicious exploitation, leading to fractured ties and animosity. Victor questions her feelings toward sharing his plans, while she wonders about his investment in the matter compared to her own interests. He challenges her, teasingly questioning her resilience and expressing disappointment in her perceived avoidance. The man provocatively implies her skills of deception remain intact, referencing their past connections. The woman objects strongly, insisting they weren't close enough for such tactics. He pushes further, commenting on her hesitance, teasing her about the subject of true affection while she chooses to keep her thoughts to herself. Inwardly, she resolves not to reveal her feelings to Victor, as she feels it would be counterproductive. Victor dismisses her denials, appearing to disregard her claims while continuing his attempts to get closer. She struggles to retrieve something from Victor, emphasizing her need to keep it, frustrated with his persistence. Reading the document, Victor is rattled by the revelation of the divorce, questioning its validity. He expresses disbelief over the situation, sensing possible unintended consequences. Concerned about his plans being impacted, he seems to realize the potential fallout if Azer proceeds with the divorce. The scene shifts to Lang Piaget train station, showing a gloomy exterior. Inside, a man seems lost in thought while moving through the station. He holds a train ticket, contemplating his next moves at the station. Something unexpected catches his attention, but he wonders if it's just his imagination. The man is reminded of Lady Serena by a scent, though it seems unlikely given the circumstances. A mysterious woman walks alone, carrying herself with confidence. Yet her presence feels out of character. He recognizes a familiar scent, identical to something she once mentioned preferring. Despite not being scent-sensitive, he knows it's the same fragrance she used consistently. Convinced it's her, he remains certain despite the odds and continues to pursue his realization. It's revealed that, in many aspects, it seems to be Serena. A woman, possibly Serena, inquires a military officer about the safety of the boarding process and the ensuing checks. A man lurking behind a column speaks to himself about guiding someone to a location, questioning why they are alone and where they're going. An announcement interrupts, addressing all passengers heading to the Pianta terminal, urging them to board quickly. Another announcement is made. The man silently observes a ticket which bears a code and information about a departure date, urging passengers to hurry. 2 men discuss how an issue was resolved unexpectedly but safely, acknowledging one man's efforts. He prompts the other to forget challenges, live well, and hands over a ticket and ID. A character reminds another about the necessity of their ID. They're warned to be careful not to misplace it in the future. A scene depicts someone leaving behind an ID on a table, possibly indicating haste or carelessness. A picturesque view of a grand estate sets the scene, as a voice questions another about the 5 days since Serena disappeared. Ajay sits behind a desk, while a woman stands across, asking if Serena's absence might be a temporary runaway. The woman expresses concern about no contact from Serena and worries about her safety due to lack of prior experience alone in the outside world. Ajay dismisses the concerns, stating that Serena is not a child and urging the woman to focus on her own work. He insists he is busy and asks her to leave. The woman tries to clarify, expressing concerns about potential danger. Ajay interrupts her, firmly repeating for her to leave. Ajay writes on a paper as he asserts once more for the woman to exit the room, his attention remaining on his task. Someone appears thoughtful while receiving news about divorce papers containing complications. They consider making contact while reviewing some pages and wondering aloud about someone's hurried actions. Discussing investigations, a character acknowledges the complexity due to current security reviews and financial scrutiny before approving the divorce papers. Ajay comments on the thoroughness of the investigation, noting its expected intensity given the unconscious condition of another person involved. Concerns about rushing through the process and raising suspicions are addressed, with advice given to remain calm and informed about updates. As the divorce papers proceed, a thought reveals a preference for discretion to manage the situation efficiently before common knowledge causes issues. A person questions the reasoning behind Serena's sudden departure and Ajay's composed reaction as they voice their confusion. They engage in conversation with another, discussing their long-term service under Ajay, still finding it difficult to understand him, seeking insights. The woman admits ignorance regarding Ajay's thoughts but agrees that his behavior seems abnormal, implying deeper concerns with his disposition. She further explains Ajay's usual demeanor, noting his concerning calmness and its relation to Serena's disappearance. Conversations continue about Ajay's habits in distress. It's noticed that he moves towards a particular drink whenever troubled. Typically, he ceases drinking quickly. However, since Serena's disappearance, he has been drinking more continuously, which is unprecedented for him. Reflections on the day Serena went missing bring feelings of disbelief and concern, emphasized by a background filled with emotional echoes. Memories surface, highlighting how Serena, now absent, used to bring fragments of warmth and liveliness to someone's life. Observations of Serena taking her ID, usually indicating her serious intent to travel far, suggest using the train. Recollections about Serena wanting to visit the ocean during a vacation are recalled, possibly linking her current destination. A visual of a conversation with Serena sharing her wish to visit the ocean, leaving it an apparent desired destination. A phone call is made to a station master seeking assistance in locating a passenger, emphasizing urgency. The conversation on the call continues, clarifying the situation and queries about the specific travel station Serena might have used. The discussion probes for more information on Serena's destination, focusing on the precise stopping point on the train route. Speculation arises that the station might be Saint Marine, hinting at Serena's destination being somewhere related to that stop. Ajay deduces that Flow Marina is the likely end station Serena could have headed towards based on his reflections. A bottle labeled with a bittersweet drink is presented, triggering deeper contemplations linked with personal metaphors. The drink is metaphorically compared to someone, evoking associations of resemblance and envisioning ties to Serena. As the drink transforms, its color changes, suggesting varying nuances of flavors, engaging multiple senses and symbolism. The alluring nature of this drink is described as a beautiful poison, offering fascinating danger concealed within its appearance. The complexities of the drink suggest it's best savored in moderation, with a simultaneous reluctance to let go entirely of its allure. A serene ocean scene aligns with earlier reminiscences of Serena, tying her desires with the destination of Flow Marina. Questioning persistent desires, the narrative seemingly bonds this yearning with the thematic elements of a hollow laugh. Past interactions between Ajay and Serena are revisited, entailing promises of time and distance, contrasting with current developments. Amidst realizing confidence in Serena's ability to find her path, there's an admission about enduring emotional ties. The ongoing sentiment reveals an incapacity to let Serena go, anchoring a poignant truth within the narrative. The image of Serena amidst scenic beauty closes the loop, while a final message encourages engagement with the upcoming chapter. Throughout her journey on the train, a wave of thoughts flooded her mind, reflecting on the past days and the moments that had led up to this point. Now standing at her destination, Flow Marina, she reflects on the courage it took to venture out alone and how she found herself here. Deep in thought, she contemplates the certainty of her current situation, feeling the solitude in her room as she peers out into the night. As she sits at Chairman Harold's house or that mysterious villa of Icers, her thoughts wander, accompanied by a cup of tea, pondering the significance of these places. The idea of arriving at this place alone was once unimaginable to her. Yet here she stands, alone by the sea. She muses about how fear and doubt accompany her through these new experiences, yet something compelled her to visit this place. Feeling the need to witness things firsthand, she emphasizes the necessity of seeing the hotel site and the surrounding unfamiliarity with her own eyes. Despite the strangeness of this new city, she accepts it as part of the journey she needed to embark on. From now on, she resolves to face her matters independently, stepping away from previous expectations and dependencies. Acknowledging that she can't sustain the cycle of tears and exhaustion, she feels a renewed sense of determination. She knows she can't continue in this perpetual state of fatigue, surrounded by a vast, unchanging sky. Deciding it's her turn, she focuses on protecting those important to her, namely Iser and her guardian. She stands before a breathtaking cityscape reminiscent of what she thought she'd never see within her own kingdom. Recalling a childhood visit to a seaside city, she recognizes the resemblance to Flo Marina and imagines the allure of the city by day. Solitary yet determined, she walks through the city, questioning if she has the courage to pursue the things she's come here for. Inside, a group of men seem relaxed yet somewhat aware of her presence, their eyes following her as she navigates the unfamiliar streets. Local gossip ensues, connecting the growing influx of outsiders with talk of a luxurious hotel project, predicting an influx of visitors. A man insists another should assist the seemingly lost woman, possibly sensing her vulnerability in this new environment. The man suggests revealing something entertaining, stirring curiosity with an implied promise of intrigue. Confronted with this unexpected offer, she meets his gaze, uncertain of his intentions, but unable to resist the pull of intrigue. She is overwhelmed by the grand architecture of the city, finding it difficult to absorb the grandeur and complexity before her. Lost amid the streets, she struggles with navigation, frustrated by the unyielding path ahead and the mounting ache in her feet. Her tiredness shows as she struggles with the conflicting address systems, wincing from her aching feet and an increasingly confusing layout. In her search, she collides with someone, momentarily breaking her train of thought, apologizing for the distraction. Amidst towering structures, her gaze shifts around, unsure of where to turn next in this ever-expanding maze. Concerned by her late arrival, someone questions her presence, hinting at expectations for such odd hours. Sensing her need for accommodation, the stranger offers guidance, insisting on helping her find a place to stay. Firm in her resolve, she declines his assistance, determined to handle matters independently after coming this far. She proclaims her intention to manage everything on her own, ready to face discomfort rather than rely on others. The stranger advises that she can attempt independence tomorrow, hinting at her inevitable need for rest and shelter. Frustrated, she insists she needs to focus on her tasks quietly, away from the pressures and notices of others. The stranger points out her perceptiveness yet warns her about the eyes that have been following her, challenging her bravery. Surprised, she admits she hadn't realized the attention she's been attracting from those around. A reflection on relying on others reveals a call for a cautious approach, urging awareness of debts and dependence alike. Accepting his guidance with hesitance, she acknowledges his unmistakable identity despite the change in demeanor. Despite familiarity, his composed and stern demeanor seems foreign to her, reinforcing a sense of estrangement. Reminded of his presence from the past, she grapples with the change, feeling a deep contrast in their current relationship. As they walk, her exhaustion becomes evident, struggling with discomfort born from her weary feet and unfamiliar terrain. Worn from the long day, she internally notes her poor shoe choice and the tiresome loop of searching for her destination. Watching her, he observes her discomfort, acknowledging her dedication despite the physical toll. He predicts the swelling and pain to come, aware of her persistence in enduring the journey. A soft yearning escapes him, wishing he could alleviate her pain the way he once did, carrying her burdens. Recollecting past moments of support, he longs for the days when she relied on him for comfort and strength. Admitting an inability to return to those times, he urges urgency in their movement to avoid missing the opportunity to find lodging. Pressing her to move quickly, he expresses the necessity of haste, concerned about losing the chance for a place to rest. A building stands under a bright sky, with someone questioning the current time in a thoughtful manner. A woman reflects on her restless sleep due to the unfamiliar place but feels better after a brief nap as she rises in a softly lit room. She contemplates the morning's tranquility and the satisfaction of being on her own in a new place, noticing her feet are less swollen and she's in good condition with a sense of relief. Confidence from past experiences allows her to easily prepare for the day, noting her improving makeup and hairstyling skills despite acknowledging an underlying concern. She recollects the unexpected encounter with Friedrich, who vanished mysteriously after guiding her to her accommodation. There are unresolved questions and desires to confront Friedrich that linger in her mind, which she resolves to address eventually. A memory surfaces where Friedrich, in a different demeanor, instructs her to follow him, an experience that left her puzzled. Reflecting on their time together, she feels the encounters were dreamlike and now perceives him as a complete stranger. Standing by the window, she wonders about Friedrich's sudden disappearance once more, lost in contemplation. While walking through a park, she finds herself out of breath, recalling that the observatory is known for its beauty but difficult to reach. Approaching the final steps, she feels a sense of anticipation and determination to reach her destination. Gazing at an empty site, she is reminded of her grandmother, experiencing a complex blend of joy and sadness. Standing in the open, she is overwhelmed by the beauty of her surroundings, lost in the oncoming breeze. A call between Iser and Lovis uncovers that a small fire at the telephone exchange had delayed communication, leading to inquiries about Serena. Confirmation is given that Serena indeed traveled to Flo Marina, aligning with prior insights. While Lovis is away on business, he verifies Serena's banking activity, surmising her longer stay based on transactions. Iser expresses relief over Serena's situation, but questions arise about her sudden solo journey. Comedic speculation about Serena's activities leads to contemplating whether he should visit her, owing to the fine weather. Lovis questions Iser about assigning someone to watch over Serena, revealing her independent departure. A revelation emerges that she didn't travel alone, as noted by her lodging's owner. Descriptions of a male companion match Friedrich, raising suspicions about their connection. Unspoken thoughts linger as Iser ponders what he's been told. Under the moonlit sky, the name Friedrich resonates with uncertainty. As the day comes to a close, scenic landscapes and potential development ideas captivate thoughts, highlighting local natural beauty. The renowned Kwani Cliff is admired, sparking interest in both its potential and its enchanting views. Her contemplation is interrupted by a child's voice, leading to a curious introduction. The child, recognizing her resemblance to a local legend, inquires if she is Feliz Tuna. An apologetic mother rushes to assist, querying if her child's remarks were disrespectful. The boy enthusiastically asserts the lady resembles Feliz Tuna, while his mother enlightens that she is a traveler. The mother explains Feliz Tuna's legendary status in their town, noting her beauty and nocturnal wanderings. The legend details her transformative appearance, captivating those who hear the tale. It's suggested that various artistic representations of Feliz Tuna exist throughout town, endearing her to the locals. The mother humorously acknowledges the lady's likeness to the legendary figure, complimenting her on the resemblance. In conversation, the woman reveals her origins from Murakivia, specifically Wellenberg. Locals discuss how the area, known for its serene beaches, now sees frequent visitors due to new developments. The breathtaking views of Balia Beach, described in an ancient language as sweet, are discussed, querying the woman's travel experiences. Confirming her family's deep roots in this land, the local woman shares more about Flo Marina's significance and attractions. Specialties of the area are highlighted, notably the renowned pomegranates and seafood, prompting an invitation for future plans. The woman expresses her intent to explore freely, without any specific plans. The local woman extends an offer for lunch, warmly inviting her guests to experience more of their hospitality. The invitation includes fresh, home-cooked meals, emphasizing the scenic views and the freshness of their seafood, convincing her to join. While appreciating the offer, the guest hesitates, showing gratitude. The mother introduces herself and her son, offering local stories and expressing curiosity in sharing her culture. The guest reflects silently on her situation and the new encounters she's experienced so far. A memory of Friedrich's mysterious disappearance after a past incident comes to mind, along with doubts about his true intentions. Though always suspicious, Friedrich's actions become more enigmatic and worrisome as revelations unfold. With Friedrich beyond control, trust diminishes, highlighting uncharted concerns about his intentions. Observations of Raoul losing composure suggest unease, recognizing unusual behavior reflective of underlying issues. A firm decision is made to bring Serena back, emphasizing the urgency and seriousness of the situation. Confusion arises over Serena's location, with tactical moves considered necessary for her return without delay. While inadvertently overhearing a conversation, strategic reflections on using authority develop. Despite hesitation, resolve remains strong regarding the plan to ensure Serena's safe return. Evidence surfaces suggesting Serena's kidnapping, intensifying the need for immediate police intervention. Determination settles, with plans in motion to involve authorities and secure Serena's return from whatever predicament she faces. Serena begins her letter to her mom, announcing herself as the writer, and asks if everything is going well with her dad and brother. Serena describes her current location as a place called Flo Marina in Artlesen. Writing from the oldest little church in town. A little kid and an old lady frequent this place, reminding her of someone she misses. Though every day since her arrival has been filled with excitement, Serena writes about shopping in town and trying on new clothes and shoes. Serena reflects on her shopping experience with admiration, noting how amazing the clothes look on her in front of a mirror. She has visited various places like libraries, art galleries, and shops along the streets, exploring everything with enthusiasm. Serena recalls wandering through the village aimlessly and enjoying time in the park, watching the people and their activities. Observing various townsfolk from exercising and drawing to playing instruments, Serena feels a sense of belonging among the residents. Tired from her adventures, she rests in a cafe, trying coffee for a change, something she doesn't usually drink. At a dinner table set with seafood, she's astonished at the turn her life has taken, marveling at how she eats and experiences so much more now. Serena is encouraged to try octopus, a specialty dish. Her companion remarks on its deliciousness, bringing delight to the dining experience. Serena, feeling welcomed, remarks on the deliciousness of her meal and her attempt to braid her hair for the occasion, despite it being a tad messy. Upon leaving, she receives thoughtful gifts from Marin and Aunt Magi, including a shell bracelet and fragrant soap. Following a friendly exchange, Serena reflects on a misunderstanding she had about their kindness, realizing they appreciated her efforts to adapt. Surprised to hear someone is married, there's a playful teasing about Serena's romantic prospects. Serena contemplates how her previous misconceptions now appear trivial, attributing much of her adaptability to Aunt Magi's supportive influence. Enjoying the vibrant sea view and friendliness of the people, Serena cherishes the warmth of her surroundings. She contemplates the joy her mom would find in the local cats and mermaids, noting the lack of her presence. Secretly, she admits that seeing well-dressed men reminds her of Iser, whom she deeply misses. While browsing a bookstore, Serena is filled with thoughts of Iser despite being absorbed by new experiences. She momentarily mistakes another person for Iser, internally scolding herself for such wishful thinking. Serena yearns to hear Iser's voice and share her emotions with him, lingering on her memories. Observing couples in love makes Serena envision sharing such moments with Iser, causing her heart to race. Acknowledging her growing affection for Iser, she muses over the recent storyline of a new novel she found captivating. As she browses through a store, Serena is absorbed by her surroundings, still pondering over her other thoughts. Observing items of interest, a fountain pen in particular captures her attention, revealing the hotel's growing intrigue. Thinking of Iser and his preference for fountain pens, Serena considers purchasing one with a sea theme as a gift. Aware of the impracticality of her thoughts amid ongoing challenges, Serena distracts herself momentarily. Engaged in conversation, she overhears plans for a new hotel and contemplates the potential changes it may bring to the area. Serena listens to the locals discussing urban development and their desire for progress, secretly reflecting on their concerns. Concerns over the impact of a renovated train station and developing infrastructure become apparent in local discourse. Altering perceptions, Serena begins to see positive growth opportunities, contemplating an increase in jobs and tourism. She acknowledges both the excitement for progress and the worries it brings, aware of previous misunderstandings about their intentions. Overhearing a rumor about a cliff being sold to a hotel, Serena questions the truth behind it. Conflicted by the misconceptions surrounding hotel ownership, she finds it difficult to reconcile these allegations with reality. Disturbed by talk of boundary fences excluding locals from special areas, Serena wonders if action is needed. She resolves to navigate her position carefully, striving to harmonize with the community despite external obstacles. Looking at open land, Serena feels a sense of curiosity about potential future developments. She envisions the Flo Marina Hotel blossoming like the renowned one in Wellenberg, optimistic about its prospective impact. Anticipating countless adventures and memories at the new hotel, Serena feels its potential to bring joy to visitors. Serena begins developing an emotional connection to the place, accepting her responsibility for its future. Writing to her mother again, Serena prepares herself for potential solitude and the fortification it brings. Contemplating unforeseen changes, she vows to remain resilient, even if familiar supports dissolve. Determined to protect what she cherishes, Serena resolves to nurture her independence and strengthen herself gradually. She strives to maintain pride before her mother, grandmother, and herself, committing to positive growth. After writing for nearly an hour, a fatherly figure notes her sustained effort. She admits having much to convey. The older gentleman reassures Serena, suggesting her letter be secured in a sacred chest on the altar. He tells her about a ceremonial flame and extends an invitation to the church's annual event, encouraging her attendance. Asked if she has any final additions before sealing the letter, she is advised to express all sentiments without reservation. Discovering she has something crucial to convey, Serena feels compelled to include one last message. Reminiscent of her grandma, Serena shares her family's affection, yearning for shared moments. She ponders whether an extended presence of her grandma might have alleviated parting sorrows. Fond memories of walking with her grandmother by the sea inspire hope and reassurance in uncertain times. As dusk envelopes the town, Serena strides towards the shore, contemplating transient warmth and returning thoughts. A brief pause to admire the sunset's beauty allows her to gather resolve, anticipating a gradual return. Serenely viewing the sun dip beyond the horizon, she feels the calm embrace of the evening. Spotting someone familiar by the sea, Serena's curiosity blends with anticipation. Wrestling with frustrations and unsatisfied expectations, she resolves that their current state may mark a concluding chapter. Serena climbs the stairs, pondering how to best conclude her parting from someone dear. Determined not to let go, she instructs a mysterious acquaintance to guide her friend back to familiar grounds. Alone under pastel skies, she takes measured steps along the secluded beach, deep in contemplation. Shaded by sunset hues, Serena's efforts to sight an elusive figure remain unfulfilled. Her eyes scan nearby surroundings where earlier things of interest now lie empty. Suddenly, she hears a voice query her actions, heightening intrigue and potential reunion. A woman stands by the shore, questioning if someone is searching for her. A man appears, expressing disbelief and frustration over being left repeatedly. He mentions they had an agreement, emphasizing the importance of their promise. The man admits he lacks the right to say goodbye to Lady Serena, implying feelings of regret or lost opportunity. The woman questions why he speaks of rights when saying farewell. She asks if he was deeply hurt by her departure and if her leaving was upsetting. She presses further, seeking clarity on what exactly caused his distress. He acknowledges that his intentions toward Lady Serena were not sincere, suggesting it led to distance between them all this time. Surprised by the mention of being kept at a distance, she questions why he perceives it that way. The man reflects on her realization of his unnecessity, leading to his departure. He observes their awkward relationship and reminds her of her reaction during his kidnapping. He reveals knowing about her contact with Iser to share his location, hinting at a deeper connection or understanding. The man justifies his actions as simply helping because she was in danger. The woman expresses confusion about his sudden behavior, asking why he acts like a stranger. He reflects on their past closeness, now viewing himself as unfamiliar to her. He questions her knowledge of him beyond his physical appearance and name. He questions her certainty about his real identity, suggesting doubts about his name's authenticity. She acknowledges her ignorance about Frederick, realizing her lack of genuine understanding. She admits uncertainty about him, recognizing their relationship began through a broker, lacking any destined connection. Urging for honesty, she requests him to clearly express his true identity. Intensely, she demands to know who he truly is. Looking out at the sunset, she seeks to understand his real motives from 2 years ago, referring to him as a jerk. Reflecting on keeping him distant, she admits fear and apprehension about facing reality. She confesses feeling angered by his deception, hurt by his betrayal, causing her to avoid him under the pretense of being busy. Despite her feelings, she neither forgot nor abandoned him, acknowledging her need for time to accept any potential truths revealed. She admits to investigating his background discreetly, haunted by curiosity, yet unable to sever ties due to unresolved emotions. Despite suffering, she admits her sorrow and apology for the past events. The woman acknowledges her resentment towards him, yet feels equally sorry about it. She reflects on whether his ulterior motives tainted their shared experiences and conversations. She recalls a time when she felt detached while he completed his objectives, feeling isolated yet aware of his disappearances. As the sunset envelopes them, she urges him to embrace his true identity. She sees him like she did before, prioritizing her happiness and acknowledging his nature. Reminiscing over shared hardships, she acknowledges his role in weathering her moods and supporting her through ordeals. Allowing him freedom, she urges him to revert to his true self, addressing him by name one last time. He states that such freedom is precisely his intention, insinuating acceptance of the situation. She recognizes this as their final farewell, embracing it with resolve. She demands honesty about his initial approach, willing to forgive lingering regrets if he confesses truthfully. He dismisses concern for forgiveness, warning that revelations might unravel further mysteries later. Despite reluctance, she pushes him to cease his cryptic talk and be straightforward. He reveals hearing of a confidential document from the kingdom 2 years ago targeting her interest. The document allegedly exposed a secret regarding her family, an unidentified object long hidden. Certainty arose from its kingdom origin, dismissing any notions of fabrication. She expresses ignorance about her family's secret, equating his mission to uncovering potential shame. He initially used proximity to gain trust and infiltrate her family's secrets, posing as a guard. His role granted him access everywhere except the annex, a forbidden area. She speculates on his purpose when revisiting the mansion with Iser, suspecting searches for the object. Ultimately, he confesses finding no incriminating evidence or concealed secrets of value. They question if uncovering the object's existence was his sole directive, acknowledging the uncertainty. Through gained insights, he utilized his findings for business-dealing advantages. She reflects on betrayal, viewing past consolations as strategic information extraction. Distracted by other issues, she realizes her emotional vulnerability was exploited. She understands the person warranting resentment isn't him, shifting accountability elsewhere. He acknowledges poor judgment led her astray, recognizing excess trust misplaced in him. She refrains from regretting past actions, valuing the gained survival and growth. She poses one final query regarding the origin of his commission. Yet, the broker's disappearance upon introduction remains a lingering mystery beyond reach. She recounts agency evasions in revealing the broader conspiracy, facing settled perplexity. Suddenly interrupted, directed at a distant figure to halt, heightens the tension. The abrupt encounter with approaching police adds a sense of urgency and chaos. An officer inquires if she's Lady Serena from Muriel Sevia's kingdom, confirming her identity. They report concerns from her residence, checking for her safety amidst alleged misunderstandings. She reassures them of her well-being, conveying her independent presence at the scene. Surprised by the unexpected commotion, she questions the actions of those around her. The police assure her safety, initiating necessary protective measures to address concerns. Astonished, she learns of a report by her husband alleging kidnapping, sparking confusion. Identification verification ensues for Frederick, implicating him in broader implications.